Hello everybody and welcome to today's Petri's Get IT one-day virtual learning conference, and today we are diving deep into Microsoft 365. And why, you might ask? Well, the company recently announced that they have sold over 300 million commercial seats, which means that this platform is robust, this platform is widespread, and a lot of people are using it, and we fully expect that more people will be using it going into the future. So upskilling yourself, knowing everything about it, getting the maximum amount of value out of your licenses is going to be key, because this service is not going anywhere. And to help you do that, we put together a long list of sessions today that are going to help you maximize the value, with everything from Microsoft MVPs and industry experts helping you understand the tools, features, and functionality that is available to make sure that you're getting the most productivity, keeping things secure, and just getting the most value, like I keep saying, out of your licenses. Because let's be honest, they're not cheap, and Microsoft has also announced that next year they're going to be even more expensive. So you got to understand what tools are available at your fingertips and making sure you're getting the most value out of it. And before we get started here, I want to give a big shout out to our friends over at Chaosoft and CoreView for helping sponsor today's event, making sure everything stays free and everything else keeps moving forward. So with that being said, don't forget to grab your handouts down on the pages of each session, or you can just go to the landing page at petri.com/conferences and get your handouts. That way you have something to take away and understand and reference later down the road. That being said, we're going to get things started here with our very first session.
Hi, I'm Steve Goodman, and today I'm going to be talking about Microsoft Defender for Office 365 and how you can block threats in email, Teams, SharePoint, and Office. So if you don't know me, my name is Steve Goodman. I've been a Microsoft MVP 10 times now, I'm lucky to say, and I work for a Microsoft partner in the UK called Content and Cloud. I also do the All About 365 podcast with Jason Wynn and the Practical 365 podcast with Paul Robichaud as well. And you'll find me talking at various conferences, mostly virtual at the moment, but soon at Comsverse and the South Coast Summit a little bit later in the year in the UK. So if you are planning on travelling to the UK, then hopefully I will see you then. But today we're going to talk about how we can use some of the coolest tech inside Microsoft 365, which you might already have and might not have implemented yet. Or you might be thinking about some of the bits that get the bigger headlines, like Defender for Endpoint or even Defender for Identity. And really, you don't want to miss the Defender for Office 365 piece. And I'm going to go through the things that we usually need to think about first before we actually start doing stuff with it. And if you're not sure where it fits within the rest of the Microsoft suite, then we're going to talk about that as well. And what's in it as well. What can you do quickly? Because the biggest thing with a lot of these technologies is if you bought Microsoft 365, then, and I get asked this a lot, how can we make best use of all of the functionality as quickly as possible? And it's relatively easy to get a really good config in place for just this bit, but you might be doing 5 or 6 other technologies at the same time. So where's our quick start button for this? And then what do we need to do after that? And if we are planning on rolling this out or replacing another technology or even complementing one, then how do we do that as well? So we'll have a look at some of those. So you'll be able to understand what our quick fix is, what our most advanced configuration is, and what the route is to get there as well. And this applies if you are a smaller organization, maybe you're doing this for 100 or 200 people, but this same approach works for 20, 30, 40,000 people as well. There's quick things that you can do that are the quick, low-hanging fruit and quick wins, but ultimately there's some changes that if you make them and you don't think it through, then you might maybe not regret it, but you might have to roll back certain things or implement changes more quickly than you'd perhaps like to. So without further ado, let's get started on where you are today. And there's a big part of this that is related to email, and it's not all about email, but let's face it, it is one of the most important things to most organizations. Even if you're using Teams, if you're using a lot of document sharing and editing in OneDrive and SharePoint, even if you're a big Yammer user, then email is realistically still one of the most common things and one of the most business critical things to your organization. So first of all, where are you when it comes to mail coming in and out of your organisation? Because if there's a place you're going to, then we need to know where you're starting from first, right? You need to think about how email is coming in today. And if you're using a third-party solution, then that is usually not a bad thing. I'm of the opinion that the Microsoft tech is very good when it's configured correctly. But like all of these technologies, if you've been using a standalone mail filtering gateway, cloud or on premises, then you will have configured that over time. And perhaps some of that pain that you had originally, when the config that was put in, first of all, wasn't perfect. Over the years, it's got better. You've made changes, you've tuned it. So sometimes when you move across to Exchange Online Protection and SaaS service, brilliant, then you might not have made those changes. But if you are using a service like that, then is mail coming in through that? Is mail going out through that? Are you also using some of the custom add-ins that people have for these that allow mail even between people in the organization to also pass through these technologies as well? And is that where you're going to be in the future? Because if you're moving full scale across, then you do want to get some of this functionality right before you make that big switch and cut over your MX records and so on, remove outbound connectors to those services. And one of the most challenging parts of all this is trying to predict how things will be in the future. So often when people are thinking about protecting links, attachments that are coming in or being passed around the organization, the thinking is around email, because most organizations, if you're using something, another competitor product like Google Workplace, or you're coming from on premises, then you'll be big on email. You won't have all of the same tools and functionality inside Microsoft 365. And the idea of getting productivity out of Microsoft 365 isn't just about migrating the stuff you have from on-prem to the cloud and then great, right, let's call the project a success because nobody moaned too much. It's really about changing the way that people work. So where I work for a long time, all of my work laptops, would have a big sticker on the back, all about that, changing the way that people work, because that's really what Office 365 is about. We talk about productivity and we talk about the tooling, but it is about actually using tools that allow you just to be more efficient. So you're not spending so much time trawling through emails or getting pestered by IMs that are coming in. You're genuinely working in a different way where you might share more widely on some tools like Yammer, or share in communities, share your good practice with others across the organization. Avoid distribution lists being used to try and distribute information. Have a decent intranet, Viva connections plugged in, all of that, surfacing the right information. And then teams where people can come in and they can see all of the different things that make up the thing that you're working on together. So bringing in the files that you're working on, obviously, bringing in the dashboard of how that project's going with something like Planner, custom applications, third-party applications, all brought in. And then all of that chat that would be over email goes into things like Teams, channel conversations, right? So ultimately what should happen over time is you move to Office 365, you move your email across, you do some of the core sort of foundational stuff. But then the way that people work, you understand what pain they're having today, and then you move them on to work in a better way. And when you've done that, then it's not just going to be email that you need to think about when it comes to this protection. So a traditional mail filtering product becomes still useful, especially useful if your backup, if Office 365 goes down for 10 minutes or whatever, is email and they've got a continuity service. But these threats could be coming in from different angles. And you'll often see people who are talking about external sharing, and they'll be talking online about, well, what do you do with email? Do you stop people sending attachments? Why aren't you allowing SharePoint or OneDrive to share externally? Why aren't you allowing people to add guests into Teams? And the organizations that are using protection products today for email, see, a lot of that conversation or a lot of that stuff online about sharing, and wonder, well, these folks, do they understand that we're actually doing a lot on email today? You might have DLP rules that are all configured for anything coming in and out of your organization. You might perhaps have some of those advanced threat protection products that are doing some of the things that this product does right today, and maybe doing a really good job of it as well, to try and stop malicious links coming in, trying to look for attachments that might not be detected via a malware signature, but actually might have unusual behavior that gets detected, or threats to try and compromise people. And all of these things could happen over Teams if somebody compromises an account at a close partner that you're working with, or if you've got a relationship. Many organizations will have SharePoint sites with document libraries set up for external access, Microsoft 365 groups with guests in to smooth the data flow and allow people to work on a single source of the truth. So that things do change, and we need to think about how we use Microsoft 365, or how you're planning to use it in the future. It may be that some of the Microsoft 365 functionality is going to help there, and maybe you will complement that with your other products. Maybe you will just use Microsoft 365. That is down to you, but there's certainly a good reason to think, well, the way that people are going to work in my organization is going to change, because ultimately the business does not want to have this one in and out place where everything sort of lives and versions go to 1.1, 1.2. Time is wasted doing certain things. So we need to consider that future state. And many organizations will have different types of users in the organization. So if we think about the most simple scenario, we've got VIPs, right? We've got the execs, the senior leadership in the organization. And then we've got people that are also supporting them as well, their PAs, and sometimes folks who, when we're doing migrations, if you've migrated people to the cloud, then you'll be familiar with this scenario where there's people who aren't necessarily in a senior role, but actually they're very influential, or they're dealing with critical things in the organization. So an org chart won't show them up, but you will know from the service desk, maybe there's a list against them to know that these people do need priority because they're supporting very important initiatives, they're supporting the CEO, etc. That these are also part of those core groups in the organisation that are potentially vulnerable or at risk. Or perhaps you've got different types of workers in the organisation. You've got groups who are perhaps frontline workers. You've got groups who aren't technology literate. Their day job is doing really complex stuff that we don't understand, but they're brilliant at. You've got different groups of users that we need to respect and also fit into these areas of what we're trying to protect them against, because there might be different threats for them that we need to consider as well. And what are the threats that you're looking to mitigate against? And this could be anything. This could be, well, I don't want a ransomware attack, right? And this is just one angle. The stuff we're talking about today, it's just one part of that, but it's an important part. And how many of these attacks today have came in through email where somebody's clicked a link that has ended up with their account compromised somehow? Their account has then been used to then navigate the organization and slowly escalate credentials to a point where they own the entire estate. And that first point, where email is one of those areas that people are going to come in, or a link that's shared over OneDrive, or what seems to be a friendly Teams message that's came through open external access, what was Open Federation in Skype. Those are the sort of areas where that's the moment that it gets into your organization, and you need to protect against that. And one thing that often concerns me, and I can't really stress this enough, what processes do you have today to understand the current email threats that are out there? Do you search online in the morning, see what people are saying on Register, what we posted on Petri this week? What are the tools you're using to understand this? Or perhaps you have a SOC, or you have a SOC service, you outsourced it to outside experts to deal with, and you're reporting on all of the relevant threats. Or maybe you're just going in, you're looking through the logs each day. But the worst thing you could be doing is nothing. And that is relatively worrying. And if that is your position today, then do something about it, right? You can't be reactive when something happens. I was reminded earlier this week when I was preparing for this session of my days as a system administrator looking after email for about 30,000 people. And there would always be the similar sort of reactive things that would come up, even though we were doing pretty good reporting and we knew our systems pretty well. And, they were a mix of open source, mix of Exchange, obviously. And by the end of that, mix of Office 365, Live Edu for where I was working. But there was always some sort of usual things that would keep on coming up that you couldn't really predict. And it's hard to have a procedure in place to try and deal with and clamp down on this sort of stuff. Examples like an executive thinking that perhaps their account has been compromised, but you sort of know in your heart of hearts that they haven't had their account compromised. They're complaining because an email has bounced and they don't remember sending it, or perhaps their PA sent it, or perhaps they sent it to the wrong address, or they're saying, well, this is something's gone wrong and I don't believe it's me. And you spend a lot of time reacting to that because you've got to investigate it properly, because they will want to understand exactly what happened, and then carefully, tactfully explain to them the reason for it, which might not be an actual threat, but it's seen as one, right? This is a reactive situation where, with all of the good proactive monitoring in the world, there's always going to be a situation where something needs to go up very, very quickly to the people that are managing the system, so it doesn't hover in the service desk in a queue for a couple of days, where a first line operative is perhaps I've seen 5 of these before. I'm not really worried. The boy who cried wolf. You will have to have a procedure in place to react to things that could be a threat, even though they probably aren't, because they haven't been detected proactively by all of those supporting systems that you've got. And that's that's the first part, right? So I'm not giving you the answers to all of your security expert type questions, where really a cybersecurity person is probably the right person to define what that should be. We're thinking about the bigger picture and where this fits in. And realistically, where this probably should fit in is where we're looking at the suite as a whole, and you're looking at saying adopting Microsoft 365 or some of the other Azure services too. So I'll have a look on the left of me here, where we've got Microsoft's overall suite. All right, so this is all the security stuff, and Sentinel is a technology that competes with competitors like Splunk and so on, and is making relatively good headway actually in the market. And that's a part where that's going to collect logs so they can be analysed, and you can have people who are properly trained and skilled in this to go and look and identify proactively where there might be threats within your organisation. And then if you're running workloads in Azure, then there's technologies from Microsoft that deal with that. But the bit we're looking at here is zoom into Microsoft 365 Defender. And this is where we've got parts that come usually as part of Microsoft 365 E5, or the security uplift for Microsoft 365 E3 or F3, where we add that uplift to the E5 level. And there's pieces in this that you'll use all together. And Defender for Identity is one that was Advanced Threat Analytics originally, and then it was Azure Advanced Threat Protection, and now it's Defender for Identity. Everything's Defender. And then we had what was the original Defender. So one of those forefront things again. Defender for Endpoint, and that's our EDR product for protecting in a proactive way our clients, whether those are Windows, Android, iOS, Linux, Mac, you name it. Supported distributions of all of those. And then we'll wheel around to the bit that we're talking about today, where we're looking at Defender for Office 365. And this is the bit that maybe you will know with its former name, which was Office 365 Advanced Threat protection. So you had Exchange Online protection, and then the advanced bit for it that you would layer on top. And this is the bit where, you know, some people will look at this and say, right, I've got on the side here, I've got email, right? And that's a service I protect today, and Office 365 ATP, right? You know, I look at my vendor's website and they talk about how they back up Office 365. Will they back up and provide protection for email? That's my core workload. As I said, probably not in 6 months' time. I mean, you must be using Teams or something. You know, if you're using Office 365 already, then there's the documents. The ideal is you share a link to a document. You attach a cloud attachment. And then there's the apps. You know, you open up a document that's been given to you on a USB stick, right? It should be protected by your endpoint. Say it's been sitting there say it isn't, right? You open it up, then you want the app to do something about it as well. What if there's a link inside the document and you go to click it? You want that protection there. And again, you know, the cloud apps, the Office Online, Teams as well. You want these products to not just look at what happens when it's stored in the service or arrives in the service, but when you actively use it. You know, scenario could be that you're co-authoring with somebody, they're outside the organisation, or they're in the organisation, their PC is compromised, and that malware is pasting links into the document you're working on with them. Well, wouldn't it be great if Office could detect that automatically, because your email gateway isn't going to. That's what this is for. It can do those type of things, and that's what makes it really, really useful. So core features, very, very quickly. You know, what do we got? Well, if we have a look at this and switch that over, then I've got a load of stuff here where I've got pieces that are Exchange Online protection. So things that we're going to do to protect email as a service, because I'm not going to underestimate how important that is to most organizations. So doing all of that sensible stuff, DMARC, DKIM, obviously SPF records, making sure that we're also trying to detonate content. You know, I really like the idea that there's some sort of virtual detonation chamber where an attachment is sort of brought in, and this attachment, got one here, physical one, wheeled in, and this attachment makes its way into the detonation chamber. We put it inside this box. Yeah, I've got a box. Put it inside the box, and then we see what happens. And then, boom, it explodes. Sorry about that. But that I like the idea of it. But that's the core idea with the content destination, safe attachments, that it is going to see what it does. And it does it very, very quickly now as well. It used to take a while. So if you tried this 5 or 6 years ago and went, nah, takes too long, 15 minutes? No, very, very quickly. Now, you know, it is seconds. And this is what it does. Looks for unusual behavior that it might have. Microsoft don't give you all the details on what it does, because obviously that could be used against them, but security by obscurity shouldn't be a thing. And the safe links protection, this is something that, as again, it's improved a lot over time. And I think when I first tried this out, and it's the same with a lot of the other similar products, it would do weird things like you go and reset your password, and that would take a little while for the email to first come through, especially if you're there, you've got to use the app in a shop and you can't log in, so you reset the password and you're waiting for your email to come through, and then you click the link and it's still scanning the link. And there's things like that have improved a lot, and where it would click the link for you. And so some of these products actually, I don't think the ATP as it was at the time did this, would effectively click the link for you and expire your reset password button. So they've got very, very good and clever in what they can do. But you'll see all of these, they're fitting alongside other things inside the service. So multi-factor authentication as well. If somebody does compromise your account, you've got a second line of defense in MFA. You should be using it. If you aren't, then do switch it on. I've said this in most of the sessions I've done. Switch on MFA, yeah, right. And the mailbox intelligence is been around for a little while now, but it's one of the newer things that came to the service, and it's really, really useful because it's using similar to the graphing, things like Yammer, to understand the relationships between people. And that relationships between people helps it understand who is likely to try and have some sort of a business compromise scenario, where we're trying to protect them against those whaling attacks or impersonated mail attacks, where actually, we want to know that Joe Bloggs and Jenny Swift have a relationship, not work one, and actually, if somebody is sending an email with an email that looks a little bit like that, but it's not actually, then we want to be able to tell people about that. So mailbox intelligence, it's one of those things that you should absolutely switch on, and naturally will do over time, because as you enable these services, it's pretty core to the deployment. So before I dive into a bit of a demo, then I want to show you what we've got really here. And I've intentionally kept this pretty straightforward on this slide, because there's a lot of things that you can do that can have a big impact on everybody who receives email or clicks links or gets attachments or shares things with other people, right? But there's also some simple stuff you can do that have a good impact and is fairly low risk. And then you can layer these on. And the great thing about all of these policies is we've got some pre-canned ones that have standard policies that you should use, configuration guidance that looks like a best practices analyzer to say, well, we've kept things simple because it's a new tenant. We don't want to break anything. However, you should switch all this stuff on. So there's some good stuff there. And then there's strict policies, and then there's the custom policies. And each of these, you can set what the organization default should be. And then you can have specific scope policies with particular actions associated with them as well. But then there's the supporting configuration as well. And the supporting configuration we'll come on to after the demo. But do not ignore that. That is absolutely fundamental. So let's have a dive in. So I've got two tenants here, and I'll dive into this one first, because this is one with decent amount of real data in it that's useful. So the portal for this is a single Microsoft 365 Defender portal, which is going to bring in your identity, endpoint, and email and collaboration protection under one shiny new roof, allowing us to perform actions against these services. So hunting for threats, being able to look around the environment, build queries that allow us to detect things that happen, and have a look at incidents that it knows about, malware that's been detected, unusual logins, and so on. Being able to have a look at this when these happened over time, over the last, say, 6 months, for example, or the last day, what should we be concerned about inside the environment, alerts that have been generated inside this, all sort of standard stuff that you should expect to find inside the tenant and coming from relevant sources. So, you'll see some of these are coming from Cloud App Security and showing inside this portal as well. And if you go back to one of the previous sessions we've done, this is where Secure Score lands as well. And, this is where you'll get your recommendations across the organization for things that you should address within your tenant as well. And Microsoft do want you to learn about this stuff. You've got the Learning Hub, you've got the Ninja training to go deep on all of this as well. And then you've got things like threat trackers, campaigns as well, that are showing you things that you've been searching for and things that might be worrying for you as well. So I'm going to go into my new tenant though with nothing configured in this at the moment, and we'll look at how we actually get some of this up and running as well. So I'm going to go into policies and rules and threat policies rather than try and configure all of the other stuff. There's so much stuff that we can do outside of the core setup. But the first thing we need to do is think about what policies we're going to set. So I've got two pieces at the top, the templated policies here, and my preset security policies. That's my easy configuration. So if I've got a greenfield environment, perhaps a new startup, then this is where, if I want to just stick in a good start, move on and come back to it, that's where I go. if I'm looking at the current config today, then this is a bit like the secure score, where it's giving me recommendations that I can apply to the environment as well, where it's showing me all of the settings that are set a certain way and could be changed as well. So what they should be, what they aren't today, and gives me a whole list of things that I can go and move over, and also see what's been changed over time as well. And that allows me also to understand what will change if I switch on these standard policies and strict policies. So it's really sort of cool in terms of giving us that big best practices analyzer output, because you will almost certainly find, if you've not set this up or you've not spent a lot of time making configuration changes to EOP, for example, that it's going to show you some low-hanging fruit that you will look at and go, well, this, we should raise this as a change today. And then the PreSecurity Policies are, again, this is our quick wins. So our standard protection is where we're looking to do this baseline policy that is going to protect most people. So, for example, I might choose to be fairly broad in the settings I'm going to apply, and do one that covers everybody for both. So this is going to apply the standard protections for Exchange Online protection, so our anti-spam, anti-malware protections, and it's also going to do the core policies then for Defender for Office 365 as well. So it gives us that chance to pop these changes in. And this is a brand new tenant, greenfield environment. I don't think I'd just go straight into my existing tenant and apply that. And then the strict protection is aimed at Microsoft's stricter, obviously, recommendations. You can see what each of these do here, and of course you'll see what each of those would recommend doing in that configuration analyzer as well, so you can understand what happens before the change is made. But again, this is where let's put in our admin user here into this, and of course, our stricter policy should be the one that applies, and then I can apply that, and they're very quickly, maybe the CEO and a few others have been applied in these policies as well. I've got the stricter policies overriding my standard policies, and I haven't actually had to do a lot, but I've got a reasonable amount of value from it. And that's when we go back, and I won't do it right now because changes take a little while to apply, in Office 365. But that's going to show us being in a better place. That's going to improve things in Secure Score as well. But then we've got the particular policies that relate to Defender for Office 365. So we've got safe links, safe attachments, anti-phishing. So let's start with anti-phishing, and you'll see I've got my strict preset security policy here that's been loaded in, and that's showing what's going on. More aggressive phishing threshold, mailbox intelligence is on. I've got some real sort of basic stuff in here. Mailbox intelligence is going to do a good job of doing things like impersonated user protection in a way, because it's doing this using machine learning rather than it's doing it by named user. But you can see, we've got safety tips that are going to be shown in Outlook. You've got unusual characters and emails. You've got all of the really useful stuff that you would probably choose to switch on. And then we've got similar aggressive settings in here as well. We've got mailbox intelligence on, but it's fundamentally a simpler set of policies. It's not quite as aggressive in particular as the other policy. And this is where we can go and create our own and set our own settings as well. So I'm going to go through one of these just to show you the core pieces of this. So I'll call this test one. This is already in the policy anyway, but this is where we can then do that tuning. So if we really want to go over the top, then we can do so. So I can add users to protect, especially if there's external key partners that we're dealing with that we might want to add in here. Steve Goodman. So make sure I've got the display name there. Steve at steveg.org. Add these into that as well. External domains, include my own domains in that as well. I can add that in. So if I want to add in a key partner, so I'll add steveg.org allabout365.com, petri.com, just in case Brad or somebody like that's emailing us. Then there we go, and enabling all of these different settings. And that allows us then to choose all the actions that we've got. And I'll come back to this in a slide in a few moments' time. But this is where we might want to not apply actions at a certain point, but we might want to know that things are happening. So if we're looking to report on things, then this is where we'll create a policy and then decide what happens. Also, if you have decided that you're moving from another product and you want particular behaviours to be retained, then that might be to maintain a quarantine mailbox, because with EOP versus some other products, EOP is closely tied to Outlook Exchange, obviously, and the junk email folder is not quite your quarantine, but it fulfills most of that purpose. And sometimes people consider that the spam protection, the anti-spam, unsolicited commercial email, however you want to call it, product isn't working if they see stuff in the junk email. Thus, organisations decide to use a quarantine, and that might be quarantine it, delete it. You might go very, very strict on some of these different actions here. And the safety tips, are great because you can switch these on. These are going to show inside Outlook so that the user will see this message, and it'll show yellow policy tip to the user themselves in there. And then when we're outside of this, if we're looking at those other policies like safe links and safe attachments, then this is going to do a similar thing with those safety tips as well. So if I have a look at one of these, I'll create another one in here. Name test 01. Next. Admin. And then I've got my protection settings for here. So when I switch this on, if you've not seen this before, then what this is going to do, it's going to rewrite the links inside Teams messages when we switch it on for Teams, links that are clicked on inside Office, links inside those documents as well, and inside emails. So somebody sends you a link saying click here, then when you click it, it's going to go to a Microsoft domain under protection.microsoft.com, and that is going to check that link first and stop the user from accessing it if it is malicious. And this is something that has actually been launched, despite what it says on the screen here. So that preview you'll find on the tech community and its status. But this is going to allow us to scan as deeply as we need to, so we can decide what happens and what doesn't happen. We can decide whether they can click through. So again, if something's taking a long time to scan, you trust the user to click through if they're happy. Then you can do so, put our branding on it. And crucially, this is why we end up testing a lot of this technology, first. We might want to exclude certain domains that are known to have problems with this, potentially internal domains that are being sent around the organisation that aren't ones that Microsoft necessarily know about either. Key partners as well, staff surveys that have a one-time link that's going to be clicked and you know that URL is safe. Stuff like that you might want to exclude. And that's where monitoring what this does first to see what people are seeing and clicking on gives you that insight, so you can understand what you should or shouldn't exclude. Realistically, you don't want to exclude a lot of things, because most things, it doesn't matter if it is a link. So for example, if I get a meeting link to Teams, then that will almost all of the time be protected by this technology. I don't need to exclude the Microsoft URLs. So you don't need to worry too much about adding these here, but you might find that you need to. So don't, unless you have to, don't just do that by default. And then you can give custom notifications to users, when this happens as well, so they can see what happens on those links. So I'll cancel out of that one, and then I'll drop into the last one on here, which is safe attachments, the detonation chamber. And again, I've got my two built-in policies here as well, and I'll name this one test 1, and I'll add my test user into this. I do really like safe attachments. I've always liked it. I like it a lot more. Now it has sped up. So you can choose to do things different ways. So the dynamic delivery was one that reattached the files after they were scanned. So there's some rare occasions when it takes longer to scan, and in the first days of this, 6 or so years ago, then it did take a long time. It takes less time now. So realistically, you don't want to use dynamic delivery unless you've got a good reason. You are likely to just want to block attachments, deliver the message, replace it. So it only comes through after it's scanned. You may want to redirect attachments to a team who are going to manage this. And then you've got a timeout response as well. So this could be if it times out when it's scanning, or there's an error scanning it. Well, if somebody's found a way of doing that, then you probably don't want to deliver the message to the user just in case either. But again, less risk here. If you are worried about the time it's going to take, if you're worried about the user impact and you just want to see what it would be doing, prove that this is definitely going to be valuable before rolling it out. It will be, but you want to test this, then our monitor action is the one that we can take. And that monitor action is going to allow us to look at the logs, see what it would have done before we actually go and apply that policy. So other things that you need to do, right? You don't want to use this in isolation. So you saw that configuration analyzer came up with a good list of recommendations for what we should be doing inside EOP, Exchange Online Protection. And then in Exchange Online as well, we've got tips that can be set for if somebody is an external sender. So that is the low-hanging fruit. Putting a mail tip on when this is somebody from outside the organisation is an easy belt and braces thing to do that you probably should be doing. Transport rules, very useful. Disclaimer software that you've got, and DLP too. So, your belt and braces approach is that if somebody's trying to get a credit card number from a PA pretending to be the CEO or an exec saying, oh, I really need to order this thing, or I need to get this thing in place. We've got that big show coming up tomorrow that happens to be on your website. I've got to do this really, really quickly. Can you just pop me the company credit card details over? Thank you, Mavis. Thank you, Gerard, whoever the PA is. They will at least know, if everything else has failed, that this was an external sender and not the CEO. So stuff that you can do there. And then they try and send it. They've ignored the mail tip. The DLP rule should detect the credit card number and stop it. So you've got that next level of protection that you should be putting in place. That again, you underlying config inside Microsoft 365, making sure that should somebody click a phishing link that got through and their credentials were exposed, then they still can't get in because they've not got one of your workstations. They've not got the MFA, haven't got the second factor. You might also have conditional access rules configured as well to say, well, this is an unusual place for somebody to sign in when they're already signed in here. That's impossible travel. Let's block that account until we've investigated it. And making sure that you're using Intune. This is your proof that the device is compliant. It's the tool that you'll most likely use to roll out things like Defender for Endpoint, Defender for Identity as well. And then underlying configuration for MIP. This is where the E5 suite all comes into its own, where all of this combines, protection on endpoint, DLP, applying sensitivity labels to documents, making sure that should they be shared with somebody else, they still can't open them. It gives us all those different levels of protection, that we've got. And if you have got a third-party tool that you're happy with, then fabulous, that's brilliant, then use that as well if you don't want to get rid of it. If you're using it for business continuity, or it is your archive and you're happy with it and you think it's a really good tool, and you've got that functionality in there as well, then they can be used in combination. You've got configuration for EOP that you can put in place to say that this has passed through this trusted mail gateway into my service. So you've got additional tooling you can use. Fundamentally, what you want to make sure is that people don't see two quarantine places. So it may be that perhaps you focus on how you're protecting the productivity tools apart from email, and applying those there. There's a place for both of them, though. Most of the time, despite some people's experiences, and I know what people will say about EOP. I've seen this replace every other tool on the market, and with the right configuration, nobody's went back afterwards. Because it's been set up properly, and that's why those best practices analyzers are useful, because the tooling is genuinely pretty good when it's set up right. It's just a pity it comes out of the box needing some tuning to get there. So last part of this is really how do you roll this out? And you could incrementally start applying changes, see what the feedback is, monitor, test, enable feature by feature by feature, and do the comms alongside it as well. Granular policies, targeted protection, until a point that you've had that feedback and people are happy, and you've boiled the frog. You've slowly implemented all of this protection bit by bit, and people haven't seen a big change happen, and you've gradually communicated that. Or you could go through a more standard sort of waterfall approach, where you are testing this first, piloting it, and monitoring the results of these policies, and then picking the different cohorts that you're going to target and apply these policies to, see how well that is received. Go for your highest priority users first with the strictest protection. Give them that white glove support as needed, and then roll this out more widely across the business as well. Those are two core ways of doing this. So just to finish off, firstly, there's a quick way of doing this that is worthwhile and is going to get you some good results. Standard policies and strict policies that if you were going to this as a first technology and need to get core stuff in place early on, then you can do. And you can make this the smallest part of your Microsoft 365 journey, but one that provides massive value to the organization. It could be the thing that stops that ransomware attack coming in whilst you implement some of the more complex tools in the suite. Or you could go a little bit deeper and be more thorough in the way that you do this, monitor what happens, and then implement the perfect policies that really suit your organization. The latter approach makes perfect sense when you're moving across from a competitive product, and you really want to make sure that this is definitely well received and doesn't provide a difference that isn't accepted in terms of the user experience. So get on with those things. Look at that configuration analyzer in your tenant today. There might be, if you've not got this product yet, some great changes for EOP that it might recommend. Thank you for listening. I've been Steve Goodman, and enjoy the rest of our Petri Day.
Hello, everyone, and thanks for taking time today to learn a little bit about securing your Microsoft 365 administrative delegation using the Microsoft roles and admin units. Admin units were added, were in beta for a while, and then they've come out of beta. And they're not real advanced yet, but they certainly are a good start to improving the delegation of many organizations that are using Office and Azure AD. My name's Bob Boble. I'm the founder of KOsoft. I started KOsoft a number of years ago after leaving a larger enterprise software company where we, myself and my current partner, had built arguably the most popular Active Directory management solutions, as well as inventing the concept of wrapping identity management and identity governance around Active Directory. They put a note in here that I have over 25 years industry experience. That just means I guess I'm old, but that's okay. I have some experience maybe that we can pull forward from my pre-Windows NT days, my NT days, my Active Directory days, etc. to explain these things maybe a little differently than other folks have tried to in the past. But it is critical that you understand basic delegation and even some of the more advanced delegation using admin units so that you can properly secure the environment and get others to help you without compromising or introducing things that might help somebody else compromise your environment. So before we get started, I want to run through a couple terms here so that as I use these terms throughout the presentation, they make a little bit more sense. The first one I'm going to use is trustee or trustees. This is simply a user who has delegated some set of permissions. And those permissions in today's session are going to be gathered together into what's called a role. So a trustee is just simply a day-to-day administrator you've given some permissions to allow them to, for example, reset passwords or maybe manage groups. Built into Azure Active Directory and Office 365 are a set of templates of permissions, and Microsoft calls these roles. Now that's different than we had in legacy Active Directory on-premise, in that back there you had access control lists and you would typically assign individual users or groups those permissions directly. There was no such concept of a role. And then you'd put people into the group, and then they'd have those permissions wherever you assign those delegations. A little bit different here. You don't use groups. You use these pre-built roles. And for a considerable expense, I would say, you can actually create custom roles. There's an additional capability around creating your own custom roles if you subscribe to P2, I think it is, or P1, but it's like 70 or 80 bucks for P1 per user per year, and I think that price doubles again for P2. I don't exactly remember. It's fairly expensive. I kind of wish Microsoft had put these into the basic plan for Azure Active Directory, because it really is vital for people to secure their environments, especially as they get larger and they need more and more people involved in doing the day-to-day administration. And the final term I'm going to use here, it's not actually the final term, but the final term on this slide is scopes. Scopes are simply a set of objects over which a trustee can exercise their role. In layman's terms, it's narrowing down the number of users or groups or contacts that a particular administrator can see, so that when you assign a permission, they only get permission over that set of objects, not over every object in your Azure directory. And that piece is really what we're going to concentrate on here, and those are the admin units we're going to talk about here in a minute. Now, in Office 365, in the actual admin console for 365, not the Azure portal, but not the Azure admin console, but the Office 365 admin console, you really don't see scopes. The default scope is effectively the whole Office 365 tenant. You just get this really ugly list of all your users or all your groups or whatever. So we're going to show you how you can actually scope those down and narrow the influence a particular trustee or particular delegate can have. So why is this critically important? I got 2 slides here. I'll try to cover it pretty quickly. When you go to grant permissions to people, if you over-permission them, or even if you under-permission them, they become a potential risk. It's known as an insider threat, but you have to understand that when you're delegating internally to other users, you're trusting those people to perform some set of tasks on your behalf or on the organization's behalf. And so it becomes very difficult to identify where somebody's executing a valid permission and executing a valid permission that they're not supposed to use. And that happens with Microsoft basic roles, right? There may be permissions in those roles that you really don't want to give people. Anyway, that leads to other issues. Somebody gets upset, or they make a simple mistake, or their account gets compromised, and then suddenly things are a little out of control. To make matters worse, roles allow you to control which tasks people can kick off and then hopefully complete, but it doesn't control how they complete those tasks. And so insider mistakes or threats or compromised accounts cause outages. You'll fail your security audits or your compliance audits. You might have a material finding, which have huge fines for large enterprises that are under SOX or HIPAA or CSOX, whatever legal or regulatory compliance you're in. You might lose data. Recently, T-Mobile was hacked. Obviously, they lost some data. That customer information now is out someplace. And frankly, something a little harder to get back or to recover is loss of reputation. You trust those people a little bit less. I'll say another one word, and you'll also, hopefully, if you've been around a couple years, you'll remember an Active Directory attack against Target, the retailer. A little bit of loss of reputation there. I always think twice before I use my credit card at Target now. So we found a great survey or a study that Ponemon Institute had done and released, not too long ago. It was during the pandemic or during the beginning part of the pandemic. But these things are just getting worse. They haven't yet released their next version of their study, but they do it yearly. Over the past 2 years, they've seen a 47% increase in the frequency of insider threats or insider incidents. May not be malicious, may not be compromised account. It's most likely just some simple mistake. Again, if you don't give people the permissions that they shouldn't have, they won't make mistakes in those areas. 31% increase in the cost, up to $11 million. That was the biggest one that they had seen, which was kind of scary. And what was fascinating to me about this is if you look over on the left-hand side, it talks about the origins of insider threats. What type of insider issue was most likely? Simple mistakes. So if you over-permission somebody, they go in, they find out they can do something, they haven't been shown how to do it, or they don't know exactly how to do it. They start exercising that permission that you've granted them through over-permissioning. They're going to make a mistake. It's going to cost you an arm and a leg, an outage, a compliance audit failure, real money, who knows. 62% of those identified insider issues were mistakes. 25%, only 25%, or a quarter of them were actually credential compromises where somebody had gotten a hold of an administrative password or even a user password, then potentially used that to move laterally to other systems. And then 14% were malicious change attacks by insiders, people in the organization. They did something maliciously. They know they're getting terminated, so they delete the group that assigns all your Office licenses. Crazy stuff like that. If you think about it, if you're using group-based licensing and you accidentally clear that group, how would you ever know how to put those people back? And especially if you have a large enterprise with multiple different groups. By the way, if you do get a little worried about those types of things, take a look at our site, chaosoft.com. We actually have a tool that will resolve those types of issues for you. But the key thing here is that insider threats are cybersecurity threats, right? So 39% were malicious actions, or 38, and 62 were just plain mistakes. So how do we solve both of those, right? Well, why is delegation hard? Delegation is the answer to that, right? Well, it's in Office natively, you just get roles. You don't get any way to control how the actions are done. But let's start at the beginning here. Why is Office 365 delegation difficult? Well, typically people start assigning the roles they need, and then they get complaints, so they just say, oh, forget it, just give them global admin. Well, what you might not know about global admin is once you're given global admin, you can self-escalate your privilege and take over all of the Azure tenant. You become responsible or have permissions over all Azure subscriptions. That can be a problem, which means all the other parts of Azure become exposed. But typically it's because you don't pick the right templates, you give people too many permissions, or you throw them in global admins. If you're on premise and you're talking about hybrid environments, it's like sticking people in domain admins. You know, back in the early 2000s, the big mantra was get your domain admins out of there, right? And we're going to talk about that. There's no rules or policies that control, creation of a user or adding somebody to a group or copying an account. The concept of a role gives you the permissions. A concept of a rule is how to control the process that's being executed using the permissions of the role. Meaning, what steps do they have? What fields do they have that are required? Setting up situations where they can't mistype the names of departments, things like that are all done through roles. Those don't exist in Azure AD, Legacy AD, or in Office. If you're going to be doing these more advanced delegations, you're going to have to use scripting. A lot of people don't know how to do that. The whole process is just time consuming and error prone. It's really an early stage, and if you want to start to use any of the more, I would say, advanced features, you're going to pay, an arm and a leg to open up that technology with Microsoft. I really am saying that because I want to encourage Microsoft to pull some of those things down. I think we all should into the basic Azure Active Directory license. Again, this is why we built Chaosoft. We provide management, monitoring, and recovery for not only legacy AD, Exchange, et cetera, but also now Azure AD, Office 365, and beyond. So let's talk about managing your trustees, your delegates, right? So that's sort of step one. Privileged users, first and foremost, should use 2 accounts. My suggestion. First account's their day-to-day account they're going to be using their email with, going to be using Teams with. The second account they activate when they go to use permission that they've been granted to do some administrative task. That's pretty common, actually. I would say half the environments I talk to use 2 accounts, a privileged account and non-privileged accounts, but that leaves about half that don't. So if you're not using those, really consider them. By the way, if you're on premise, if you're looking at resolving issues around like local user account or local administrative account issues, there's a great tool that we have that extends lapse password management, which is local account password management on your desktops and servers, to a web-based portal. So just heads up on that. But again, use 2 accounts. If you're doing legacy work, there's some free help from us and from Microsoft to help manage the way those accounts deal with distributed admin access to workstations, et cetera. Second point, keep your number of assignees or trustees in roles to a minimum. So I don't like the concept that because that person's in IT, they should be put in these 5 roles. It doesn't make a lot of sense. I would do it as an on-needed basis, keep track of those, document them, create a reporting system, and for goodness sakes, put some change auditing in place with alerts to know when people are added or removed from roles because it's going to be critical. There are still some administrative groups on the Exchange side. Exchange Operators Group is still out there, so even though you don't see it much, and Global Admins is a member of that, it is out there, so keep in mind you're going to have roles and groups you might have to manage. On the AD side, you're going to have mostly just legacy AD, you have mostly groups. A couple examples of those are like global administrators. There should only be 1 or 2 people in that. Help desk admins, user admins, keep that at a bare minimum. Don't just give it to anybody because you think it's a good idea. Actually wait till there's a use, go through a process. Always turn on, I like to turn on enterprise-wide MFA. At a very bare minimum, every administrative account, privileged account that's going to be exercising those roles or permissions should have MFA. No excuses, no reason not to. And this is kind of new, disable legacy authentication so those accounts don't have a potential for getting compromised through the process of authenticating to the environment. Second big item beyond just keeping least privilege going, beyond treating those administrative accounts or trustees with kid gloves, implement least privilege. This goes back to only give people permissions they need or absolutely need to do their jobs, and I would suggest revoking those if they're not needed, right? So there are advanced features like time-based group memberships. We have that both on-premise and cloud. Microsoft has it, I believe, with Azure P2. Those are kind of a great thing, so people can be given that permission temporarily, maybe over a change window, over a weekend or some holiday, and then it's automatically revoked. But definitely implement least privilege for those standard folks like help desk, et cetera. If they're just going to reset passwords, don't give them user admin, just give them the reset password rule. Start with your built-in Office 365 Azure AD roles. Look through those, learn those, spend time on them. Eliminate as many people out of global admins. Again, they can do anything in any part of Azure if they permission self-escalate, and I'll show you how that happens here in a moment. So let's talk about scopes. So we talked about trustees. We talked about best practices for basically role assignment. We call it least privilege delegation. And remember, there may be some things that those roles are just not granular for, but keep it to a bare minimum if you can. Let's talk about scopes. If you are familiar with on-premise legacy Active Directory, you had these great containers called organizational units. They acted just like the desktop folders you have on a Windows box or on a Mac. But it was used to create an organization so you could put your users in groups and contacts and computers and iNet or person objects. Everybody's using those, right? In a set of hierarchical folders that were typically based either on a logical structure around the business or a geographical structure. It could be both. I've also just seen users and computers, right? And that hierarchical structure was great because it let people sort of have a map to finding some particular object or user or what have you. And you could have multiple objects in one of those at the same time. And people would apply delegation right to those. So I would go to the Chicago OU and I would grant a Chicago administrator on the Chicago OU some ability or permission, and they would only be able to operate on people or objects within Chicago. I could also apply group policy to those, very narrow scope, just Chicago, users, groups, computers, whatever it was, and those group policies would do their thing by configuring either something to do with the user account or their computer, but it was only on Chicago. Now, fast forward to more modern times. With Azure Active Directory, you have administrative units. It's a flat structure. There's no hierarchy to it. There's no sub AUs. You could have sub OUs in the past. And they're list-based. They're not true containers. They're really just a list of people, very much like a group. And the unfortunate part with a list-based approach is that I can have one user in multiple or all administrative units. So they do provide some scope, but you lose the ability to ensure one user is only in one of maybe a set of 3 or 4 different admin units. So they in the future hopefully will be great for applying policies with Microsoft if they ever get that far. But there has to be something done to help that situation, because if you have a delegation and you have users from Chicago and London and New York, you may not want one user in all 3 of those and then have somebody with permissions across all 3 of those. So that's a problem. That's a problem. And it only serves delegation, and it can only be users and groups. Contacts and other types of objects they may introduce are just not viable there, so you have some issues there. So OU container behavior, multiple objects in one container, you could apply delegation directly to it. And if you have some tools, you could do dynamic membership for those. It is not provided out of the box, but you can have, for example, a query that figures out how to move people into the correct OU. And it supports all those different objects. So pretty good tool. AUs act a little differently. Objects can be in multiple lists simultaneously. There's no separation of object duty there, if you want to think of it that way. It doesn't provide dynamic membership also, but there are third-party tools like we have that will do that. And it is object type dependent. So we solve all 3 of those issues on the right-hand side. We have a patent pending. We've been issued on allowing you to maintain uniqueness of admin units versus the users. So you can ensure that one user is in only one of a group of admin units, or can only be in one admin unit, period, out of all that you have, right? So we support that separation of delegation or separation of duty. All right, so how does this stuff actually happen? Well, I'm going to show you the user interface because it's pretty simple, but this is a script. It's an awesome document working with administrative units. It's Microsoft Docs. You do have to create a couple of users. I think there might be a script at the beginning that does that for you. But basically, this walks you through what you need to do. And it's actually not that complex. It may look at it first, but it's not that bad. To actually automate your delegation, to create an admin unit, to put people in it. And this is really the best way to do it without a third-party tool. So let's walk down here and just go through this first part. So we've already assumed we've created West Coast User 1 and West Coast Admin, right? So the first one is going to be a member or put into the AU, and the West Coast Admin is the trustee or the delegate. So you first connect to Azure Active Directory, going to create a new Azure Active Directory admin unit called West Coast Region. That's the second little green dot here. In Azure Console or Azure Admin Console, it's just going to show up as West Coast. Now the next part is you get the West Coast admin unit. You look up or you have passed the West Coast User 1 name to get that user. And then the last part is you're putting that user into the West Coast admin unit. It's all one big long PowerShell one-liner, but hey, that's cool. It works. So for all your users, you'd simply just do this. You could also create an array of those objects and then feed the array to this. So you could have, a text file you read in and pipe to this. It's go crazy. It's PowerShell, right? Then how do you actually do the delegate or the delegation? Sorry, it should say delegation there. Well, first step is to get the get the admin account, the trustee, for each of these guys. So get the role that you want to assign, which is user admin. My mistake. So that's the role. Second part is to get the user called West Coast admin, and then do the delegation. And this next part does the actual delegation. It adds the role membership, the admin object to the role, and then finally it applies that role at the very, very bottom and lets you see the role membership on that applies that role membership to the West Coast AU. So it's not terribly difficult, but you're going to have to know a little bit of PowerShell. So in a moment, I'm going to show you the Microsoft user interface that does that. It makes it a little bit easier. But if you're going to do this in bulk, you probably want to do this. And then you're going to want to keep them updated, probably dynamically, so you'll need to write scripts to do that as well. So before we jump over, I'm going to take just a brief moment and talk about Chaosoft just for a moment. We really concentrate on management, monitoring, and recovery of your directories, your Microsoft directories, whether it's the legacy directory on-premise or it's the cloud directory, your Azure Active Directory. We do secure management and automation of day-to-day tasks. We do have roles. We do have rules that provide complete coverage for control over administrative tasks. Typically, people are managing the life cycle of users or groups or licenses. We do have license pools that can be used against Office 365 to divvy up your tenant licenses among different groups of administrators. Bunch of tasks we automate, 400 I think or something like that. We also provide unified self-service and delegation, meaning you have one point where people can do group self-service or password self-service, which covers both your on-premise environment and your cloud environment. If you're hybrid AD, that's what we're talking about. If you're standalone Office 365, all this stuff still applies. It's just for the Office 365 stack. Continuous monitoring with change alerts, so we're looking for changes directly. We create a comprehensive change history. If you're hybrid, it shows both sides. If it's just Office 365, it just shows your Office side. So if that GBL, your group-based licensing group, gets cleared, we're going to see that and immediately allow you to roll that back. So the change auditing or change monitoring component is built into or integrated with our recovery system. Gives you a nice data grid. You can isolate changes quickly and revert them very, very quickly. We do real-time change alerts, which you'll see here in a minute. And then finally, recovery from unwanted changes. There are things that are very difficult to recover from. You have the recycle bin, which is undelete. But when data is changed, there is no backup and recovery of that. So our whole point is that we're providing identity resilience here. The idea is that you protect your environment from insider threats with our secure management, and then you protect the native environment from both our tool or people misusing our tool with monitoring and recovery. It'll happen. Some incident's going to happen. You need to be ready for it. About 2 or 3 weeks ago, we had a prospect was looking at our solution, and inadvertently one of their GBLs got cleared. Their group-based licensing groups got cleared. And when that happened, about 4,000 frontline first responders in the medical group they were in lost their licenses. You can imagine more than 4,000 medical folks and first responders not having email or any way to communicate with each other. It was noticed, and because they had been running a proof of concept of our solution, we rolled it back, and in a couple of minutes, everything was back to normal. So the idea is to reduce or eliminate entirely downtime, recover objects, attributes, settings. We also do hybrid recovery, so it does everything, all that stuff on the on-premise side as well, to protect both your directories. So just quickly, we only concentrate on the Microsoft stack, both on-premise and cloud. We have a lot of experience using those in identity management or IGA situations. We have a 99% retention rate of customers over 3 years. That's not just last year. That's ongoing, and a 5 out of 5 customer satisfaction rating on our support. We're very, very proud of that. The rest of the stuff you can read. Our solution works both with your legacy stuff on-premise and your cloud stuff in one portal, one console. You don't have to worry about having 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 solutions like you likely would have with other vendors. So let's jump over to my machine. Let's take a quick look here. I'm looking at the Active Directory Admin Center currently, and I'm looking at the section called Administrative Units. So this is Azure AD. But while I'm here, let me show you something. This is interesting. So we have properties down here. And when I mentioned that global admins can basically do anything in Azure AD, this is how they do it. There's an option here, it's sort of a backdoor, and Microsoft says it's by design, that will allow them to escalate their own privileges to access any subscription. So if I change that to yes, and I save it, I've just escalated this administrator account from being a global admin in Azure to effectively having full control over all my VMs, all your Azure apps, everything else. Part of what we do is we monitor for that. That is not a logged change, and there is no monitoring for that. It's the only way you can find out that that's occurred, and any global admin can do it, is to have a third-party tool like ours. Matter of fact, I don't know of anybody else doing this right now. So that gave me an alert in Teams saying this just happened, important alert. But it wouldn't be the same. We can set that up to automatically revert, but I'm just going to jump in here real quick. You see there were these changes. I have an alert up here. I can actually go to the details of that. Yeah, that person had their role changed. I could drill in for detailers. I don't care who did it. I'm just going to restore it. That actually turns off that value and pulls them out of that role. And we'll see more of this in a little bit. All right, so that's the dangerous one. No other way to fix that I know of. You just have to put in something to keep an eye on it. So back to our scheduled demo here. Okay, so admin units. So the first thing I need to do is create one or edit one, but I'm going to create one here. So I'll click Add, and I'm in a suburb of Columbus called Westerville. I'm going to create one, fairly simple. Do the next person a favor and put a description in. I can assign roles to this pretty carefully. I can just click and add them here. So maybe this is user administrator. And do I have somebody? Let's say Albert Einstein. So Albert Einstein is going to get that role. So there's one person assigned that role. And finally, I'm going to review and create it. So now Albert Einstein will be able to be a user administrator. Failed to assign that user. Okay, so there's some reason that didn't happen. I don't know what happened. I'll have to go back and look in a moment. But this now is available for me to add additional administrators to it, or people with these set roles that you're allowed to have, or I can populate this admin unit with users or with groups. So the first thing everybody wants to do is rule-based population. We do that in Chaosoft. Our Chaosoft solution. If you're using the native tools, it's add using a text file, export the text file, remove the people, and then bulk remove. Pretty simple. I'm just going to do this in a simple fashion here. We'll say anybody with CHAR in their name. well, we'll just take this list of people here. So this is going to be my list of folks, and I'm going to select them. Oh, add members again. Let's try again. So this is the issue, why they need bulk adds, right? So I have Alvarez, Flynn, Santiago, Wilson. This is actually not a bad process. I can skip a couple people and then just select them. But you could see it could be time consuming, lots of searching. You probably already have a list. So that's it. Now, when my administrator, my role holder logs in, they'll have delegated permission over those folks. All right, so that's pretty simple. So let's take another look at that Guardian tool that we were talking about, or the Chaosoft tool. And you'll see there's my alert. That was already cleared out, so I can get rid of that. So we do show you what changes occurred. Let me scope this down here just to the last hour. You see a bunch of little changes here. Most were just notifications. But if I come over to the left, or if I click on any of these, it'll show me a complete change history of what's going on. So all those folks that I just added to my admin unit are here. I see that they're added. Here is where I added the Azure AD admin unit. Here's where I added that first user, created the object, etc. So if that object was destroyed, deleted, or if somebody maliciously changed, right, insider threat, maliciously changed the membership to add people they shouldn't or to remove people that should be in that admin unit, I could not only set up an alert on that, I can also restore it. So for example, if Charlene Alvarez was not supposed to be in that admin unit, I can simply restore it. It'll roll that change back, and Charlene is not in that admin unit. Now, admin units can take a little bit of time, 10, 15, 20 seconds to update, but you'll see there the restore completed successfully. I have one change here, and you'll see it was she I guess was removed from that admin unit, right? So the idea is that we not only do this for admin units, we do it for roles, as you saw. I upgraded my role, escalated the role, and we do it for everything else. Here are objects that were deleted, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So this still leaves me with a little bit of a gap on insider threats, and that is there's no roles that control, and maybe creating those admin units can be a little difficult. So let's take a look at the way our solution works for delegating, advanced delegation against admin units or organizational units. So when we designed our solution, actually, sorry about that. I'm not sure what's going on there. Let's restart the browser. It's Edge, the new Edge, so anything may happen. So here I'm logged in as a full administrator through Windows sign in. So let's just sign out, and I'll log in as a user who's a day-to-day delegated admin called Jimmy. It's actually Jimmy Buffett. And so that's signing in as Jimmy. We don't need that here. And over on my other web browser in Chrome, let's switch over. I'm currently logged in as a full admin into our administrative console. This is specifically designed to delegate tasks out at an enterprise level. And over on the left, you'll see we have a bunch of these navigation nodes. For example, here's one that lets me look at all my objects in on-premise legacy AD. So let's go search for Albert Einstein, or just anybody named Albert. There they are. Here is one for Columbus. Now I don't just have everybody. I only have people in Columbus. Albert's in Columbus, but if I refine my search, you'll see it's just the Columbus on-premise OU. And then I have down here Office 365, and just like you'd expect if I look at users, I can do a quick search here, and I'll see all my Office 365 users. Notice I didn't leave this portal. It's a single portal, on-premise legacy AD and cloud-based AD, so it's true hybrid. And if I'm looking for somebody here, like I know Albert's a hybrid user, I can come in, I can click Albert to select them, and all the delegated policies you'd normally want, letting people manage the licenses. We do have license pools. We have management of teams, pretty much anything you'd want here. But you can see very quickly if I'm looking at the Office side, I can look at their license. If I am looking at the Active Directory side, I remember Albert was in Columbus, right? We'll come in here, we'll do search. I'm looking against an OU. There's Albert. That's an Active Directory account, but our solution understands how to do that mapping, and there's the cloud side license. Same with mailbox access, same with any of these, right? We know exactly what should be done. And we allow you from the AD side to put people into Azure AD admin units because we have a mapped account. So hybrid users can be put into, well, their respective or linked or mapped account can be put into admin units from here. So we let you manage these just like we would at OUs. And then we actually allow you to surface native admin units. So my Columbus account here, or sorry, my Columbus grouping here, we call these virtual admin units. This one happens to be pointing to an on-premise Active Directory OU. I have one just below it that's pointing towards the Columbus virtual OU. And let's see if I have any users over there. Yeah, look at that. I have a lot of different users, a lot of different people. These are all my hybrid users in Columbus. And if I search for Albert, you'll find that I don't have to go very far. There's my Albert Einstein. They're all Columbus and only Columbus. I don't have the entire list like I did under Office. And under Columbus admin unit, virtual admin unit for AD, I get only the people in the AD on-premise side. So this allows you now to use the native admin units to start organizing things. And if I need to move people between admin units, this is where that fancy technology I mentioned, the patent pending technology, comes in. We can treat admin units as containers. This one is locked down, so I can't actually move them out of Columbus, but that's okay. I can add to other non-container based admin units. So this one actually would require a move to another admin unit. The ones down here would be the ones that are non-exclusive. Kind of cool. All right, so a couple other quick items that I wanted to point out. So let's jump back over to my other web browser and let's talk about roles and rules. So if you remember, I logged in as Jimmy earlier. This was Jimmy Buffett. And what I'm looking at is a delegated admin. And this administrator is only allowed to see a couple of different virtual admin units. The first one for Columbus was the one I was just working on, but notice I don't have the full Active Directory. I can only see that admin unit. And when I do my search, I still see the same users, but that list is about a quarter of what it was on the previous one where I was logged in with full admin. So you'll see I can do most of the Office tasks. And guess what? Here's the other side of that, which is a virtual admin unit pointing at a Microsoft native admin unit. Our other choice was to build some proprietary database that you didn't get into or out of easily. You had to go through our interface, but now if you're already working with admin units, our tool natively inherits that. There's no configuration, there's no separate delegation model that you have to maintain in terms of your delegation scopes. And we add that extra functionality above and beyond so you can make certain admin units act like containers and other ones act like normal admin units or lists. So I'll go ahead and do a quick search here and you'll see I have all my users here. We talked a little bit about hybrid operations where I'm working from the Active Directory side, but let's take a look at something here. Let's say I'm going to create or provision a brand new user, and I can do this on the Office 365. I do it natively. It's kind of nice because I can now manage my hybrid users, and if I have a bunch of Office-only users or cloud-only users, or more importantly, Office 365 groups that are tied to Teams or tied, for other reasons to distribution, something like that, I can manage them all in one place, and I can delegate the management of those all in one place. I don't think anybody else can do that at this moment in time. So let's go ahead and create a new account here. We'll say Jeff Walker. And a couple things started to happen. We have rules that dynamically build unique login names according to whatever my policies are. And we have rules that set other types of values like domain names, right? So we'll make this one kodemo.com. No mailbox, Exchange on-premise mailbox, or remote mailbox. We do not have to have Exchange on-premise. Just a heads up. Even though this is an Active Directory user, we do all the work in the background for you. I have licensing options. I can now control the way licensing is displayed. I can hide licenses. I can set default values. I can use quotas. So for example, up here I'm on a business apps, which is free. We don't have a quota set on that. Anybody can assign as many as they like. Same with communications credits. but I'm only given 12 of my 100 E3s to assign for my particular area, for this Jimmy Buffett account area, or this Jimmy Buffett delegation scope. So we're going to give them an E3 here. We'll say OK, and we'll say next. Additional options. See, this one's preset and locked in. You can't change it. Descriptions. I'm going to let it generate a password. And here we go. Additional attributes that don't exist in either on-premise directory or cloud directory. So if you have a bunch of extra attributes that you want to store, but you don't want them made public because they're in on-premise AD, or you don't want to have to learn how to extend the Azure AD directory with programming, you can actually tell it, hey, tie some additional attributes that we store inside of the Chaosoft tool to these users or groups or whatever we're working with. They're called virtual attributes. And also, I don't want people typing in the names of departments. I want them to actually select them so there's no typing mistakes, because I'm going to use these departments and the account type, which can only be from the list, to drive group memberships or drive license assignments. All right. That's a rule. A rule controls particular ways data is either accessed or is generated. That's the idea. So with roles and rules, you have a pretty complete process for delegation. The last thing I'll mention is that these accounts, Jimmy or the admin account that I had over here in the other browser, neither of these users that I'm logged in with have any native permissions in either Active Directory or in Office 365. The idea is to use a 3-tier architecture that is client server on the on-premise side and web services based on the Office 365 side, or the Google Apps side, or Salesforce, whatever else we decide to support, so that we can talk to any type of platform and use their underlying best technologies to accomplish whatever tasks we need to accomplish. But the idea is that if this same user, Jimmy Buffett, logged directly into Office 365, or worse, let's say the credential was compromised and they logged in with Office 365, that user will have no permissions to do management tasks in Office. And similarly, if it's an Active Directory management delegate, they will have no native permissions in Active Directory to do management either. Then you have to worry about monitoring for people with native permissions, like too many global admins escalating. That's what our other tool was over here we talked about. And this gives you a really complete way to thwart or to mitigate or recover from insider threats that become problems. Okay. But again, this all starts with understanding virtual admin units and admin units, or OUs, and delegation, and following all those best practices. If you don't follow those best practices, even in our tool, there is no native tool or third-party tool that's going to get you out of the mess you're going to find yourself in. With that, I'm going to mention, if you want a personalized demo, chaosoft.com/demo. We do offer free trials. We're also on the Microsoft Market, so however you want to get to us. If you have other specific questions, you can email sales@Chaosoft. I am simply Bob@Chaosoft, so if you have any additional things, feel free to ask. I really appreciate your time, and I'll turn it back over. Thanks so much.
Welcome everybody to Get IT, the Advanced Microsoft 365 one-day virtual conference. Today, I'm going to take a closer look into the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. But before I do so, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Jasper Oosterveld. I'm a modern workplace consultant for a Dutch company called Inspark. We're based just outside of Amsterdam, Netherlands. I am also a Microsoft 365 MVP. In my job as modern workplace consultant, I support customers implementing the modern workplace, no surprise there, but my focus lies around governance, adoption, and compliance, of course. And that, again, resolves around Microsoft Teams and all its connected services. But before we take a look at the Compliance Center, I always like to talk about the importance of compliance for your organization and any organization out there. So why should you care about this topic? You have to realize that data is exploding. We'll store and create more data, 10 times the amount compared to 2017 and 2025. And also the regulatory landscape is complex and shifting very rapidly. And last but not least, We've been in a pandemic since a year and a half, and that really caused an explosion in working online, especially with Microsoft Teams. I believe Microsoft recently announced that they had around 225 or 250 million active users. I believe that's up 125 million around that since the start of the pandemic, so that's quite a lot. So that brings a lot of organizational challenges. I include some resources referring to these statistics. But 88% of organizations no longer have any confidence to detect and prevent the loss of sensitive data. It's quite a lot. I think if it was 25, it would still be like, that's still way too high. But this is really, really high. 63% of organizations definitely fear a data leak or spillage, especially during the pandemic. And that's, of course, in relationship to working more from home, working mainly online, and working through tools like Microsoft Teams. And of course, Teams is not responsible for data leaks or spillage, but of course, people work more and more with data, more and more sensitive data, so those risks definitely increase. And last but not least, this of course results in that the number one concern for most organizations is governing and protecting their sensitive data and also being compliant with regulations. So you have to ask yourself a question as an organization, or maybe when you talk to your customers, or maybe you talk internally, do you know where your business critical and sensitive data resides? So do you know where it's stored, right? SharePoint, Exchange, whatever, OneDrive. And do you also know what's being done with it? Is it just sitting there, or are people sharing it? Who are they sharing with? Most organizations answer no, they just don't know. Do you have any control over this data? And when it travels inside, so it's sharing internally with colleagues, but also sharing externally, maybe it's being sent as attachments. Do you have any control over this data? Again, most of the times the answer is no. And last but not least, are you using multiple solutions to classify, label, and protect this data? Because there are organizations out there who were doing this long before it became more popular and more relevant, and they often use non-Microsoft services. So this can be that some will answer yes. I haven't seen it that much, to be fair. But again, it's not necessary anymore, because with Microsoft 365 compliance, you basically have a one-stop shop for all your compliance needs and requirements. So what are the risks for not being compliant? There can be huge fines. We've seen this especially increasing in the Netherlands, and I'll give you an example in the next slide. Let's say you're a company who is responsible for storing data of its customers, and there's a data leak, and this comes out in the news and social media. That will create a lot of negative publicity. That can result, and this has happened before, that you have to close your doors as an organization because your customers don't trust you anymore with its data. Well, that is something you definitely do not want, right? You rather have a fine than that you have so much negative publicity that you have to close your doors. So what are some examples we've seen out here in the Netherlands the last couple of years? A local government had unfortunately a leak of social security numbers, residential address, and phone numbers. This is highly sensitive data. You don't want to end up in the hands of unwanted people, so to speak, right? Of maybe criminals, or there's a lot of fraud going on these days, a lot of WhatsApp fraud, and this can increase due to a leak like this. We have an autonomous administrative authority in the Netherlands, and they had an illegal breach of 100,000 resumes. Again, these resumes often contain very personal information that can again be used for fraud or other criminal activities. And this one is relatively recently. I'm not sure if it was this year or year before, but definitely not long ago. But there's an Amsterdam hospital. They were fined almost €500,000 because there was unauthorized access to patient information. Again, very painful, right? And then I think in this case, yeah, the hospital won't shut its doors because of negative publicity, because you have to go to the hospital sometimes, right? But again, it's very painful, and in my eyes, mainly a waste of money, right? Money that could be used for research, right? Or maybe improving the hospitals at different fronts. So what are we going to do now? I hope you have a good understanding why it's important. And now we're going to take a look at what Microsoft 365 compliance offers and how the compliance center looks like and how it works. There are a couple topics we're going to talk about today. The first one is managing information protection and governance. The second one is managing insider risks. The third one is discover and respond. The fourth one is regulatory compliance. Almost stumbled on my words. And then if you look at the compliance center, there are three main features. The first one is a dashboard. The second one is, of course, managing your compliance solutions. But you have to be aware, this of course depends on the license you have. If you have an E3 license, you won't have all the features you will have, for example, an E5 license. And of course, managing permissions, so making sure the right people have access and also have the access they need to execute their compliance tasks. So let's start with information protection and governance. Information protection is all around discovering, classifying, and protecting sensitive information wherever it lives or travels, right? It doesn't matter if it's stored in SharePoint, in OneDrive, or your local servers, mobile devices, and you share it internally and externally. Information governance is really aimed at governing your data according to your compliance requirements and also regulatory compliance, for example, GDPR. So there are a couple topics around information protection and governance. Of course, classifying your data. So in this case, giving it a label, and then in some cases, this label also comes with a protection. So for example, I give a document a label highly sensitive. The settings have been set up that only a certain amount of people are able to open a document. I get it. I'm not part of those people, so I cannot view the content of a document. Data loss prevention kind of goes hand in hand with data classification and protection. It really helps you and your users identifying sensitive information, giving warnings, or even blocking access to content, or even preventing people to email sensitive information. And the third one really resolves around retaining documents. Yeah, document is data. Retaining data for a certain amount of time. So it can be days, months, years, and then even deleting it after a certain amount of time. Record management really resolves on not being able to edit, for example, documents, really making it into a record. So it's definitely interesting for record managers. So what I'm going to do, with some topics, I'm able to show some real world examples. With some, I'm just showing the demo environment from Microsoft. So let's start with information protection and governance. So on my screen, first of all, you see the dashboard. If you're brand new, it will have a huge section on the right top that gives you some, like a guide, like an introduction with some useful links to Microsoft resources. I already closed that one. But here you see cards. So for example, I'm able to move cards. So let's, for example, the most relevant ones I can put on top. I can also close cards. So let's say I don't want to do anything with discovering shadow IT. So I remove it. For example, this active alerts also want to remove. This one I also want to remove. This is, you can personalize it like this. At any time, you can also add the cards again you removed. So by clicking add cards, saying, for example, active alerts, and close this one, and it will be added here again. So this gives you some flexibility to personalize your compliance dashboard. So if we start with information protection, you go to the left bottom. And Microsoft did a great job in reorganizing the navigation structure of the compliance center. It's a lot more clear now where you have to go to perform your compliance activities. So if you click on information protection, and I hope the environment cooperates, because I think this one is located in the US and I'm in Europe, so sometimes it's a little bit slow. But at least what I can do here is define my labels. So you can see there's multiple labels available here. There's an order. I can see the scope. I can see who created it. I can see when it's last modified. I can always edit a label by clicking on it. Again, I see the properties. I can click here and add label, and I can browse through all the different options. For example, giving an encryption, making it applicable to teams, working with conditional access. Again, the options that Microsoft provide. You can always delete it as well. And of course, when you created a label, you want it to be published so all your users or a selection can work with it. And it's something you do within label policies. So here I can define a policy with a selection of labels and make them available for all my users or a selection. Auto labeling is available with E5 and it allows you to automatically apply a label to a certain location. So I haven't done it at this point, but I can create a new policy, for example, applying a label to one SharePoint site. So that SharePoint site does automatically have that label. That's something you do here. Data loss prevention, you can also find here. Here's an overview, but if you go to policies, you can define your DLP policies. So for example, let's say there's a project Obsidian and I want to have some conditions for that you're not able to share this externally. So if that's detected, you can get a warning or it even prevents you of sending an email with any information around that project. I can see all the alerts. So if a DLP policy is triggered, I can see it here. I can also work with my endpoints, so mobile devices, laptops, and also apply DLP around that. So that's pretty cool. And you also have an activity explorer, so you can also see all the activities that are related to data loss prevention, but I'll have an example of that in the slides. The last one is information governance, and again, it's nice, so like situated here. So I can click on it, and then now it's loading. And now again, I don't have any examples here, but I can create my retention labels. I can publish these labels. So again, I can make them accessible. And I do that through policies. So first you create your labels, then you publish them through a policy. You can also apply one retention policy for all SharePoint sites, for a selection of SharePoint sites, for OneDrive, for Exchange. You do that here. You can import, and here you have some archiving options. So everything resolved around information protection, governance, and DLP you've just seen. So let me show you a couple examples. So open up the slide deck again. So this is an example from our environment. Here you can see what labels are being applied. So it gives you some nice insights in how are your labels being applied, first of all, and how are they being applied. So that really gives you some tools to improve the application of labels, and gives you some really useful insights. Because what you don't want is that you create them and then, okay, that's it, and people use it, they do, and if they don't, it's fine. Yeah, that's not why you're doing it, right? You're doing it for a purpose, and here you can actually monitor that purpose. So if you go to the Content Explorer, it's pretty cool because now I can see per label. So for example, internal, you can see how many times it's been applied, and I also can see where and how many times it in the location is applied. So for example, SharePoint. Then I can also see the activities, so the discovered files, what the location is, the time frame. I can also scope it down at activities, so if our files being copied, the labels being changed. So again, this gives you really good insights how your labels are being used. If I open up one of these activities, on the right side, a little pane opens, which gives you some more information. So in this case, you can also see what file it's concerned to. So this is apparently an email, and it's fine that you see this, it's nothing sensitive, but you can see this email has this internal label, and internal will be the most applicable one because that's our default label. But this again gives you some nice insights, and that gives you some opportunity to apply some changes if needed. So we're moving on to insider risk solutions. It's definitely one of the top concerns because often most data leaks happen internally, most of the times by accident. So with insider risk solutions, it gives you some features to manage this topic, so to speak. So one part is really aimed around, for example, data theft, data leaks. People leaving your company, you want to make sure they don't steal any data, any of your company data. You also have something called communication compliance, and that's really, again, the name says it, right? It's really compliance around communication. So one of these examples is, for example, harassment, bullying, offensive language. So if that's important for your organization, this is what you can use. We don't use it. I don't see much demand for it, but can definitely be relevant for your type of organization. Information barriers is also very interesting. This really allows you to put up a digital barrier within your organization and your digital environment, where, for example, two departments are not allowed by law to communicate with each other, to see each other's data, all the information. So, for example, you have this often in financial institutions. So you have Department A, Department B, and you put a barrier in between. You do that with PowerShell, and they cannot share anything with each other. It's just blocked. Very interesting. I haven't seen it yet in practice because it's mostly with certain financial institutions, but I'm very positive this will become more relevant and popular as the years follow. Privilege, the access management, so make sure the right people have access, and customer logbox. So there can be situations where Microsoft needs to help you out, and that help resolves around customer data. You can approve that access. So then you say, okay, this engineer gets access for a certain amount of time to our data, and it's all being logged. You can approve it, and you can also review it. So let's take a look at a demo. So here we're just going to take a look at the Compliance Center again. So here we have communication compliance. So again, here you can set up policies around certain communication compliance, such as harassment. So you want to make sure people are not offensive against each other. You can monitor it. You can define your type of offensive language. So you can add all the swearing words. Here you can see it's active. You can see alerts. So let's say this policy is triggered. You can view it, and you can also have reports. So that gives you some nice insights as well. And the next one is insider risk management. Again, you can work with cases. So if I open up this one, I believe I created a policy around data theft. So let's say I'm worried that certain people who I know are going to leave the organization. We're kind of worried they're going to steal. This is not we in Spark, just fictive. They're going to steal information. So I created a data theft policy. So let me edit it so you can take a look what it can look like. So here you see the template. Here you see what it's all about. Click on next. I can give them description. I can choose, I can say now it's specific users and groups. I can say who it is or which groups they are. Click on next. Again, you can specify SharePoint sites. Maybe this person is only working in one site. You can just monitor that site. You can connect it to labels that are being used. For example, here you see the sites, sales and marketing, retail, mobile portal. You can all do the whole SharePoint, of course. Again, you can connect it to sensitive information. Maybe that person works only with certain type of information that you want to protect, like IBAN numbers. You can add that here. So I'll cancel it for now. So that's basically where you manage your insider risk management. I believe that's it around this topic. Let's see if I don't forget anything. No, I think that's, let me check. Yeah, that's about it. So let's go back to the slide deck. Then we have discover and respond. Again, a couple topics. E-discovery mainly resolves around legal cases where you're faced with a lawsuit around a certain topic. Let's say you work for an organization that creates game consoles. There's a legal case coming up, and you want to find all the information related to the new console you're working on. You can do that with e-discovery, and then you can basically create a case. And you can put a hold on all the content that's related to that case, and you can do that by keywords, for example. Content search allows you to search all the content within your environment. So yeah, the person who's going to use this, you don't give that permission to everybody because you can basically see a lot. And auditing. So there's a really nice way of seeing and monitoring and auditing certain activities that have been executed. And I'll show you an example as well. I'll show you the demo. So let's go over to the demo. Let's see. If I go to, go to audit first. So here you can do execute a search. This takes a little bit of time to load. So what I'll do, I'll just duplicate this one and I'll start with a different one. And then when I'm done, it should be done loading. So we have content search. So again, what I do, I create a new search query. I believe, so I have one around called PS. PlayStation is a fictive idea. So I click on it, and yeah, it gives me, I can run it, and I can also decide where it needs to take a look, and it gives me the results where this, for example, the keyword PS is being used. Right, so that's pretty cool stuff. It gives you some valuable insights, right? You see emails, documents, Skype for Business, and more. Let me just create a new one quickly. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but just give you some insights. You see the locations here, and you can even do it on premises users. So that's pretty cool stuff. You can, of course, I need to deselect this one. Let's do it for now. Keywords, you can add conditions, so you have a lot of flexibility around the search you want to execute. So click on yes, just close it. Let's see if this one is done loading. Yeah, so again, here I can do an audit. So I can select my activity. You have a main activity, file and page activities, for example. And then, for example, I want to see who, checked out a file. And I can do more, of course. You can do a time frame here. It only goes back 3 months, so that's important to know. And you can also specify the users or a certain file, folder, or site. Again, it gives you some really valuable insights. If I go to e-discovery, I'll just do the advanced one for now. You can, what I told you, you can define your case. So I created one PS7, and again, now I'm in my case, and I can view all the stuff that's being on hold, stuff that's being processed, related people, everything around this e-discovery case around PS7 can be viewed and managed when in here. So I hope what you see right now is that this compliance center is very compact, has a lot of options, but everything is relatively easy to find and to manage. The Microsoft did a good job with that, actually. Before that, stuff used to be a bit scattered over multiple locations. So let me show you a couple examples in the slide deck. So here I'm doing an audit, so I can see who has shared a file, folder, or site in a certain time frame. Show one of my colleagues here. I can see the activities. I can see where it is and who was shared with. So let's say you have some policies that you you want to keep an eye on who is monitoring stuff externally. You can do that here, for example. So moving on to regulatory compliance. This one has a compliance manager. I'll show an example as well. That really helps you manage being compliant to certain regulations like GDPR, ISO, or NIST. And it gives you a lot of activities, tasks, tips, and the best way to show you is in an example, in a demo environment. So if I go to Compliance Manager, Microsoft immediately gives you a score, a compliance score, how compliant your environment is, and that's of course connected to certain solutions, configurations, stuff like that. So it really gives you a nice breakdown here. And this is a demo environment, so it's very low and can definitely be improved. So let's say I have 1% now around protecting information. I can view my improvement actions. And now it gives me all these suggestions how to improve this. Now you can see it's a long list of stuff you have to do. This is really cool stuff because it really helps you being compliant. It's just quite a lot. So if you do this, I would advise to ask the help of a specialist or a partner to help you get started, especially if you don't have all the expertise in-house to work with this. It can be, you can get lost here. Don't get me wrong, I'm not complaining about Compliance Manager. I think it's fantastic, but it can be a little bit overwhelming. But it is fantastic. So I believe I can just open this one, and then you can also assign tasks. So if a couple of colleagues need to help with this, you can do that here. You can assign an action. Microsoft done an excellent job of providing descriptions, links to information. So again, this is one of the coolest solutions within Compliance Center, but again, it can feel a bit overwhelming, but again, fantastic. So let me show you a couple slides before we go over to the permission section. So this is again an example from the Compliance Manager. I can see the score is 75%. I can see how many points I have, what I need to do to increase it. And again, here I get a nice overview of all the improve actions I can take, because you don't have to do it, right? There's always an obligation to do so, right? Because Microsoft takes a broad look at compliance and then applies to your tenant. So maybe it also does it for stuff that is not relevant for you. So now you've seen Compliance Center, the navigation is very easy, everything's very compact, it's easy to find, to manage. But of course, what's very important is that the correct people have permissions and that they also have the right permissions, right? That they cannot do too much. Because for example, the audit shows you a lot of sensitive information that should not be accessible for everybody within your company. So you have two parts. You have Azure AD permissions and roles and Compliance Center. So if you take a look at the Azure AD, these are basically roles Microsoft provides for you out of the box, and you can assign them within Azure AD or through the Microsoft 365 Admin Center. And now you see number one, the Compliance Administrator role. You can see brief description, and you can see what users have that a part of that role. Then you also have something called Compliance Center groups, roles groups, that basically is a group that contains a couple of assigned roles. So let's say you're working with record management. You want to have a group about that because that's something you're doing in your environment, record management. And then here you can see the roles to connect it to it. And there's also a way to see what you can do when you have that role. You don't see it here, but you can see that. And then you can assign the members to it. You can also create your own group and then assign custom roles to it. So you have a lot of flexibility here. So it's time to wrap it up. So what do I advise? You saw me using a demo tenant. If you are a partner of Microsoft, you can create one as well through this URL or just going to demos.microsoft.com. If you're able to do that, definitely do create like a compliance one with all the features. So it gives you some time. I believe you can even do it for a year now to check everything, try it out, review it before you implement it within your own organization. If you're not able to create a tenant, ask a Microsoft partner to help you out. They should be able to do that for you. And then after you've done that, it's very important to see, okay, now we're going to use compliance for an organization, for example, information protection and governance, who needs to have access and what kind of access is required. And definitely start as soon as possible. Don't start with everything because it's a lot. You've seen that. Yeah, again, you have to do something. So what most organizations are doing now is starting with information protection and taking it from there. So what I've done included a lot of resources. We don't have to go over these now. You will get the slides, and I hope these are all very relevant for you. I think they're helpful. This was it for me. I hope you got a nice insight in the Compliance Center, what it consists of and what it can do for you. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the chat or contact me on Twitter or on LinkedIn. Thanks again for listening and watching this session, and I really hope that anywhere in the near time future we can see each other in person, and otherwise probably one of these other events. Thank you and enjoy the rest of your time and day.
Thank you for joining our webinar today, Maximize Microsoft Teams ROI and Productivity. I will be your moderator for today. If you have any questions during the presentation, please use the question box in your control panel. If we have time at the end, we'll answer as many questions as we can. Today's webinar features our Chief Evangelist and SVP, Doug Hazelman. So without further ado, I'll hand it over to Doug.
Very happy to be here today talking about maximizing Microsoft Teams, ROI, and productivity. Teams is top of mind for everyone these days. So just a quick agenda to go over. We'll talk a little bit about the rise of Teams. We all know it's growing like gangbusters. Talk about you've deployed it, but are people using it? How do you track that? Also, one of the things that comes up a lot too is as Teams has been deployed and as it's grown even within your own organization, are there channels and groups and things like that that people are no longer using, and is there a chance to clean things up to get a better user experience for your users instead of 500 different channels? Let's see what's being used and what's not and clean it up. Also, call quality and tracking that. And it's not necessarily just about the audio, but also video and sharing as well to look at that user experience to make sure that users are having the best experience in their meetings. And then finally, how do you manage a large Teams environment? So we'll take a look at some of the core view solutions and how we do things for Teams that you might find compelling. So with that, this is the number, 115 million daily active users. That was as of October of last year. So then that was a rise of over 30 million from April of last year as well. The thing that I find interesting when you go to look at user numbers for Microsoft 365/Office 365, Microsoft used to report that in April and October. Recently, the last time they reported Office 365 numbers was in April of last year. In October, they didn't release that number, but Teams is Microsoft's fastest growing product in history with just huge numbers. Of course, it's built on a number of existing Microsoft technologies, but actually getting users to use it, I think Microsoft's done a really good job at that, which of course leads to how do you manage it? Microsoft and Accenture released an example of Accenture's own deployment of Microsoft Teams. So they were Skype for Business previously. They moved to Teams over several months, and the article talks about kind of their process and how they did it. But Accenture has over 500,000 employees globally. So they really had to kind of take a look at how do they get all of their users from what they were using currently on Teams, embracing Teams. And the numbers here kind of speak for themselves, just huge numbers. And that's just one company. And I definitely, there's a link here at the bottom to link to that. Take a read. It's interesting in terms of how Accenture planned out the kind of the rollout of Teams. They did island mode for a while, but that was kind of confusing to users because they weren't sure if they were supposed to use Teams or Skype for Business for calls. So they kind of switched that off and then had everyone use Teams. They're using call plans with Microsoft, so they had to do a lot of things with direct routing and put the controllers in all the offices. So really interesting rollout in terms of their experience. So what's that tell us? Everyone is using Teams. Maybe, maybe not. And that's where data comes in. And looking at the data within your own organization, you've done a Teams rollout or you're rolling it out currently, and you want to track and make sure that people are using the preferred collaboration platform that your company has standardized on. And there's some information that you can get from the Teams Admin Council, but sometimes it can be a little bit basic. What CoreView provides is a lot of really deep and rich reporting on who's using it, who's not, adoption, and those types of things. So this report here, this is a demo report of inactive users. So these are, 19% of the users in the company haven't used Teams, aren't using Teams in the last 30 days. Now you can bump that up to 60 or 90 to see who's not using Teams, but this is important because if they're not using it, now you can actually go out and discover and try to determine why, or you can nudge them and say, hey, we noticed you're not using Teams. Do you need some assistance? Do you need some training? So that way you can get that usage, up. So definitely metrics that you want to keep track of as you're looking at your Teams deployment. And the other interesting data metric to look at is adoption and usage over time. So it's comparing 2 points in time, so January to February, Q1 to Q2, to see, are people continuing to use Teams more and more? Have things leveled off? Are things taking a dip? And this is one of the reports and information that's available in our Teams Advanced add-on. So that's why I've got that little star down there at the bottom. When you look at adoption numbers like this, one of the things that you can tell is if all of a sudden one department, because this is here by department, starts using Teams less and less, maybe that's because they're using another platform. And again, it's going back and saying, hey, sales or marketing or finance, why aren't you using Teams? Let's get you back on this corporate standard. It could be costing money if you're using a different platform, all of those types of things. And that's where, from a time period standpoint, it's not just usage, it's usage over time. So the other thing I talked about is cleaning. So I call this team cleaning. And depending on how long you've had Teams deployed, things might have started to get a little bit messy. You've got a number of areas that you want to look at where different Teams channels that are no longer active. You may end up with groups with no owners or even members. So that's a pretty good indication that one can be cleaned up. But also teams with external members. So sometimes an external member gets added in and a project completes, but they're still in there. Maybe you want to keep track of who's there. So being able to look at that data and get those timely reports is very important. But of course, looking at it from an activity perspective, we talked about inactive users, but also looking at the groups, the Teams groups that don't have any recent activity as well. And one of the things from the CoreView perspective is I talked about data and the reports, is the nice capability that we have is when you run a report, you can actually take action on the data that it returns. So if you've got team groups with no owners or members, you run that report, then you can select the groups that you want to, and you can say automatically from that report, say go ahead and delete those, and they're gone, and you've just cleaned some stuff up. If you look at it from an ongoing basis, cleaning is not a one-time activity. You got to clean periodically, and that's where being able to automate some of these things really comes into play. So you can schedule a number of different reports, so you can check in weekly or quarterly, however often you want to, and you can even add automation to it by running workflows. So when you find team groups with no owners or members, you just want to go ahead and automatically remove those. Or maybe before they're removed, the workflow asks for an approval from an IT administrator or someone, And once it's approved, then the action is taken to go ahead and remove those groups. So there's a lot of different possibilities and capabilities in there to keep your team's environment clean. So next up is, I talked a little bit beginning about call quality and the team's user experience. And this is one of those things that kind of makes me chuckle a little bit in terms of how Microsoft reports it, because I'm looking at this report here and it looks like almost half the calls are poor quality. And when you look at it in aggregate across video, voice, and sharing, maybe that's the case. Maybe the voice was fine, but video wasn't, or maybe voice and video were fine, but sharing wasn't very good. But it ends up affecting the entire call and being marked as poor. So if you're just looking at that one metric that Microsoft provides, because it's Microsoft making this determination, then you might think that everyone's having a terrible user experience. If you drill down into the data a little bit further, so this is the same data that we're looking at here, but what we see at the top is that's kind of the aggregate of all the three metrics below. But when you look at audio, very few problems on audio. So, and that's typically what is the most important, is to make sure that everybody can hear each other. But then video quality and sharing quality, we're definitely not as good. And this example, this is actually pulling from our CoreView tenant here and our own experience at CoreView in terms of what Microsoft rates as call quality. But we're all working from home, as I'm sure many of you and your users are. So you're going to have different variations with work from home, with internet, and then also we're a global company. So most of our meetings contain international members, and again, time of day and all sorts of factors come into play. But what I always tell people is, when looking at call quality, don't just trust Microsoft numbers, also look at what the user reports. If you're concerned that maybe a user's having a lot of bad calls, you can actually drill down into that user. So this is myself. Again, this is real data, and I've added the user feedback column on here. And if you've ever completed a Teams call, sometimes Microsoft will ask you to rate the call, and you rate the call based on your own personal experience. So if we look down this list here, I typically rate my calls as excellent because I was able to hear, I was able to see, I was able to get the meeting done, no issue. But Microsoft, which is the first column there after my email address, almost always rates them poor or good. And again, that's kind of in aggregate. But me as a user, I only marked one call as good instead of excellent because my experience was fine. So there could be a flip side to that too. Maybe you have a user that says their calls are always terrible. Microsoft might report it as good or excellent, and the user keeps saying it was poor. Well, now let's drill into that specific user and see if we can get their experience back on par with what it should be and what they expect. So that's just a couple of things in terms of call quality and a couple of different ways to look at it from our Teams advanced add-on. Of course, at the end of the day, if you're managing your Microsoft 365 environment, you've got to manage teams, you've got to figure all this out. How do you do it? From the Microsoft standpoint, you've got the Teams admin portal, you've got the Teams client, which you can do some things within the client. On the global level, you've got, for the admin center, you've got roles. All of those roles are global though. So you can have a Teams communication administrator, their administrator for the entire tenant. Of course, you can set policies in terms of what users can and cannot do. If you want to get fancy with reporting, you can dive into Power BI. And of course, at the end of the day, there's always PowerShell. And you can write scripts all day long to either enable or disable features. You can get very, very creative with your PowerShell scripts, and you can even use PowerShell to pull information out, put it into an Excel spreadsheet or format it up so that you can provide reports. But again, that's requiring an administrator who is able to run PowerShell on your tenant in order to be able to do that. So how does CoreView do it? We take a bit of a different approach. So with CoreView, in our Core Suite, it's a single portal for all of the Microsoft 365 services, including Teams. And instead of kind of having predefined roles that you can't change, we have what we call functional access control or custom roles. And the picture there on the right shows all of the different management actions that you can delegate to someone for teams. So if you want to delegate someone just to manage phone numbers for a subset of users, you can do that, and that's all they can do. If you want to give someone the ability to manage Teams policies, you can do that as well. So these are all the different management actions that are available. That will become evident once I go into the demo in terms of how that works. And you can create as many of these custom permission sets as you want. So you might have a Teams call queue, and they can maybe they can create auto attendants or call queues and edit them. But again, maybe you can limit what they're available to do, and you can even limit, if you give someone the ability to edit phone numbers, you can even limit the phone numbers that they're available to choose from. So if they're in a particular country, you can say only give them numbers from our pool that start with this country code. And that's all possible through a capability that we call virtual tenants. Virtual tenants is essentially a filter that limits what delegated administrators can see in your tenant. So if you've got a single tenant, maybe you have multiple locations or multiple departments, virtual tenants allow you to divide that up. So you can do it by country, again, you can do it by department, maybe a location. You can create a virtual tenant based on any Active Directory attribute that you have in your environment. So if you've got location is all set and everyone's location is good, do it by location. Country, again, department, manager, a lot of different ways that you can slice and dice virtual tenants. And what that allows you to do is give those local people ability to manage their local users and local resources instead of giving them the capability over the entire global tenant to reset passwords or manage teams. You can give them that capability just for their part of the world and their part of responsibility. And then it's the same thing in terms of roles. So on the Microsoft side, you've got the defined roles, and on the CoreView side, we've got custom roles, functional access control, where you can actually drill down and give people the ability to do exactly what they need to do and no more than that capability. So with CoreView, we allow you to get the information you need when you need it and act on it. We call it our action-enabled reports, and you'll see that here in a few minutes as I go through and demo some of these capabilities. You can delegate some of these admin functions off to managers or local IT as you see fit. Limiting the visibility of delegated admins, that's our virtual tenants, so they can only do what they're supposed to do. We talked about this a little bit when we talked about Teams cleaning, but when you've got powerful reporting capabilities, it's nice to be able to automate that. And you can schedule whatever reports you want to be delivered via email or other mechanisms on a scheduled basis. So maybe you've got to provide quarterly reports in terms of your 365 usage, maybe on Teams adoptions, those types of things. You can schedule those and have them run automatically. You can also have these scheduled reports trigger workflows. So you run a report, like I said, empty Teams groups, it's got 4 groups in it. Workflow goes through and deletes those 4 groups. Maybe it asks for approval before it does that, but that's where the automation comes in. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and pop into a demo. So right now I am logged into the CoreView platform as an admin. So I'm a tenant, I'm a CoreView admin, so I have basically full control over everything within CoreView. I have all of the reports over here on the left-hand side. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit so we can see a little bit better. And so you can see all the reports that are available. These are all related to 365. My dashboard here shows me just some basic information, but what I really want to drill down into today is our Teams reports. So if I expand those out, you'll see we have a number of Teams reports available. So we've got user activity, users, device, the whole list. But if I click on Teams user activity, what I'm seeing is up top here, I see a graph. This shows the activity. So on February 18th, there were 4,264 chat messages sent. Now, it looks like everything else is 0, but that's just because chat is taking up so much of the graph. So if I turn chat off, then we can actually see how the other features are being used. So channel messages, calls, meetings, as well as other activity. So yeah, we're using Teams. We don't use it much on the weekends. This is not the core view tenant, by the way. This is a demo tenant, but we actually can then see all the different users, how many messages, those types they've sent. We do randomize on this report just to show the user hash, because all we're looking at really here is activity. We're not trying to drill down into the particular user, so we're doing it in aggregate. But we do show department here as well. So there are a number of different options you can do with that. So each one of these is also filterable. So if I want to look at activity date within a particular date range, I can do that. So a number of different capabilities here in terms of how I want to do this. If I want to find where there's no channel messages, I can do that. And now these are all of the results that have channel messages in the last 30 days of 0. There's 7,814 results here. So I've got 7,800 people that aren't using channel messages within the last 30 days. If I go down to users, this is now showing my actual users. So I've got the username. I scroll across and I can actually see now on that particular user what their name is and how many messages they've sent, how many meetings, those types of things, their licenses, and if they've been active in the last 60 days. So there's one here that hasn't been active in the last 60 days. So we can take a look at that particular user as well to see what's going on there. But again, this is all really relevant information. So let's say I've got a couple of users here that I want to check and maybe do some management. I can execute a workflow on these users right from this report. I can add them to a Teams group. So maybe someone called, or I've got a ticket that says add these 2 users to a Teams group. I can find them right here. I can click that, add them to a group. All very easy. Or if I maybe need to change their policies, I can select the users here and manage their policies. There's also management actions you can do for all items. Wouldn't necessarily know of a use case where you do it on all active users, but things like inactive users, you might want to do that as well. If you want to see the breakdown of the clients that people are using, we've got it here. I don't know why Windows Phone is still in there. I've asked our product team a couple of times. I don't think anyone is using Windows Phone, but you get to see it web, iOS, Mac, Android, and Windows. And then again, we show, this is a usage report, so we show the information just with the user hash instead of the actual username. I'm going to go back through and just talk about from the report perspective. You've got information on all of your groups, all your members, how many channels each one has, when it was created. A lot of really great information. Same thing for channels, members. I talked about house cleaning a little bit earlier, and one of those was empty Teams groups. And I've got 6 groups here that are empty. Only one of them actually has an owner. So this one I could actually ask the owner if the group can be removed. But the rest of these, there's no members and no owner. So I'm probably pretty safe to be able to go ahead and delete these. I can select all, I'll deselect the one that has the owner. And again, I can go to manage and I can go ahead and remove Teams groups right from here. So I don't have to go to a different interface. I don't have to switch anything. And again, if I can run this report, and maybe before I do that, let's say I can export it to a PDF, and that way then I can send it off to people and say, these are the groups, or an Excel spreadsheet, then I can send it off and say, these are the groups scheduled for deletion. We will be deleting them at 5 p.m. on Tuesday, whatever. So that way you give people notice, and then go ahead and do it. So that gives you that flexibility and capability to do that. And we talked about Teams groups without owners. We have 87 groups without owners, so that's an even a bigger issue. But again, you can kind of go back through and try to determine what's going on. External members, same type of thing. We want to make sure that we've got those external members that we know that they're supposed to be there. We can check with the team group owners to make sure that that's okay. And so again, I don't want to go through every report, but the one thing that I did want to talk about too. So far, all the reports I've shown are standard part of Core Suite. The next couple of reports I'm going to show are part of our Teams Advanced add-on that actually looks at call data. So as you finish a call or a Teams meeting, Microsoft compiles a bunch of data about that call, stores it. We actually pick that up and pull it into our system. We do some data normalization to it, and that's where the data from all these reports comes from. So if I go to user call quality, this should look very much like the picture in the presentation I just showed. So we've got it here by department. Again, a lot of poor, some good. You can even break it down by country. So it looks like United States, Italy, France. Again, this is just different ways to group it in terms of what the quality looks like for those particular people. Again, you can export this graph, and you can even filter and do actions on these as well. So if you go down and you find one, here's one that says poor. If you click on the call record ID, it brings you to what we call our call card. And what we see here is we've got the organizer, the meeting, the attendees. There were external members in this as well. 2 said it was poor for 2, it was good for 3. And then we scroll down, we can actually see who the attendees were as well. So that's what we call the call card. So this report is by user. Call quality, this is by call. So it's the same data, it's just a different way to look at it. But instead of having all the different users here, we've got the actual call record first, the call record ID, to show per call what the quality was like and if it was good or not. And all of that information again feeds into the dashboard. So again, I showed this on the report earlier, and you see audio is typically pretty good versus the overall quality versus video versus sharing. Again, this is demo data, so just wanted to let you know that. And then of course in adoption growth, I like to say this is demo data because of this graph. If we look at this means that people have stopped using Teams. So from January to February, we had a huge drop off on people using Teams. Again, demo data. The core view tenant, which I had in the presentation, is much better. Again, it's a good barometer to see how well Teams is being adopted and used within your organization. I'm not going to necessarily go over any of the additional reports, but I did want to talk about some of the other advanced features we talked about in terms of delegation as well as filtering when it comes to how do I now delegate some of this responsibility out. So I've got a quick demo here as an operator. So I'm logged in as what we consider an operator. So this is a delegated administrator. You'll notice the reports on the left here are vastly different. There's not near as many reports. I don't have to scroll to get to them all. If I expand out Teams, I notice that there's only a few reports. So in this scenario, this person is essentially like a low-level admin for our office in Italy. So all the users that you see in this report are Italy, and instead of giving actual Teams management capabilities, we've just given this operator essentially reporting capabilities. They can look at user activity to see what their users in Italy are doing, how many messages and those types of things that they're sending. They are able to the operator is able to save these reports, export them, and those types of things. Information on the call quality. Again, same information, but now we've just filtered it down. So they're only looking at data for people that they have control over instead of the entire company. We can do the same thing in terms of numbers, but you kind of get the idea here is that this operator, they're only allowed to view information in regards to Teams. They're not actually able to make any changes, but they can do some basic things with the users. So if I pull up the user reports, open up a user here, you'll see that this is what we call our user card. They can do some things so they can manage, they can reset the password, maybe rename the user, manage their multi-factor authentication. They might be able to manage some licenses. Exchange, they can view the information, but can't really make any changes. But you'll notice there's nothing up here on Teams as there would be if I was an administrator looking at this user. In order to set all of this up, it's actually fairly straightforward. If I go into my virtual tenants, over here, I've got my demo operator, and my operator demo, that's who I was just logged into previously, so I'm back as an administrator now. The users, we set what we call delegation filters. So country equals Italy. It's that simple. If I wanted to have users that are a member of a distribution group, I can do that too, as well as security groups and Microsoft 365 groups. If I want this operator to be able to manage groups, I just set a delegation filter for the groups that I want them to manage. And then the same for phone numbers. So I mentioned earlier from a Teams perspective, you can actually put phone numbers into a virtual tenant. So if you've got a pool of numbers that you want someone to manage, again, maybe I add all of the numbers to start with the country code for Italy as part of this filter, and then all those numbers would show up and be able for that administrator, that delegated administrator, to manage and assign. And then very similar for devices as well. So that's how you set that up. And I know we talked about permissions a little bit ago. Manage permissions. This is where we set the permissions. So again, operators, we see my operator demo. The start page, the page where they start, which is the dashboard. The menu, this is where you choose which reports and information they see in this left-hand menu. So we've only got a couple. If I want them to be able to see maybe Teams users, device usage groups, I can make those changes in here and save those. Also, if maybe I want them to be able to execute workflows, I can do that as well. I can delegate the permission, the ability just to run select workflows. So that way, as part of a management activity, pull up the users they want to affect change to, run a workflow, and have that done. And a lot of our customers are doing that. We have one large customer who's executing tens of thousands of workflows a day across all of their operators, because they've said that's a better way for them to manage their environment, is to give their delegated admins and in these locations the ability to only see what they're allowed to see, and then manage through workflows and different management actions. So they've been extremely active in terms of using workflow and automating so many different things across their environment. So you notice I made a few changes there on the permissions for this operator. So if I flip back, I now see additional reports that I just selected to give this user access to. So it was that easy to be able to do. Now I didn't filter out the groups, so they do see all the groups, but in terms of users, they should only see the users in Italy, and that is the case. So that was a quick demo, a quick walkthrough in terms of the capabilities of Core Suite as well as our Teams Advanced add-on. One of the things that we talk about here at CoreView in regards to your Microsoft 365 environment and as well as some other SaaS things, it's all around improving your IT efficiency, maximizing that ROI, and of course, at the end of the day, mitigating risk. So we have a number of capabilities within each of these three different categories. I'm not necessarily going to go through them all. You saw quite a few of things that we can do just within Teams. And Teams is just one service within 365. So we can do a lot of the similar capabilities for all the other 365 services, whether it's your Exchange, your general user management, any of the 365 services. It's all definitely possible to look at each one of these different categories and not just look at it from this standpoint, but what we like to say is we give you the ability to see it through our action-enabled reports. We allow you to manage it with delegated administration and our virtual tenants, and then of course automate it with workflows. And if you have our cross SaaS, our multi-SaaS add-in for Core Suite, you can actually do that cross SaaS as well. So if you want to automate something, you make a change in 365, and you want it to change in Salesforce, you can do that. Takes a little bit of programming and connection to those two systems, but it's definitely a possibility so that you don't have to manage multiple systems. And where this really comes into play is when we're talking about user provisioning and deprovisioning. So when you create a user, maybe it creates their account in your 365 environment, but it also creates an account. If they're in sales, it creates an account in Salesforce. If they're in marketing, it creates an account in the 30 different SaaS platforms that marketing uses. And the same on deprovisioning, which is even more important, is when you go to remove a user, you can have a workflow that deprovisions them across all the different platforms that they have access to. So really a great use case for automation there. Just real quick, Core Suite was the main product we covered today. So it includes everything for Teams except the call quality, Teams adoption, growth, and PTSN usage. And I did show some Teams advanced features that give you even more visibility to Teams usage as well as quality. I tried to label in terms of the slides where if there was a report that was Teams advanced, I did label that. So you would know that that's a Teams advanced functionality. But a lot of Teams functionality out of the box, you just get a little bit more with that Teams advanced add-on. If you're interested, definitely reach out to us. We offer what we call our health check, where we can actually, with your guidance, connect into your tenant and give you some really, really useful information in terms of how your tenant is set up, as well as recommendations on things that you can do. We look at from a security perspective, we look at it from a licensing perspective, so you can get much better ROI, how many admins have rights, and all these different types of things. So definitely check out the health check. There's a link at the bottom of the slide. If you just go to coreview.com, it's fairly easy to find as well. If you'd rather just get a demo or get a deeper look at the product, you can do that as well. Click on the See CoreView in Action button.
Hello and welcome to this Get IT or Get It Advanced Microsoft 365 one-day virtual conference. I hope you've enjoyed the sessions so far, and I hope you'll enjoy mine equally as much. I'll introduce myself and my session. My name is Peter Rising. I'm a Microsoft MVP in Office Apps and Services, and I'm going to be talking to you today about understanding advanced e-discovery in Microsoft 365. Not just advanced e-discovery, in fact, we'll talk about all aspects of e-discovery and the various different versions of it and technologies that tie into it. A little bit more about me. I am also the author of 2 Microsoft 365 exam guides, the MS500 Security Administration book, and I co-authored the MS700 Microsoft Teams administration book with fellow MVP Nate Chamberlain. I'm the co-founder of the Microsoft 365 Security and Compliance User Group alongside Alan Erdley. And I'm the co-host of the Cloud Conversations with Rue and Pete podcast with my good friend Rue Campbell. I'm also a contributor to Petri.com and to the Microsoft Tech community. And I blog at peterrising.co.uk. Perhaps not as frequently as I would like recently, but I'll get back to that. You can contact me on Twitter at M365Rising and also by email at peter.rising@outlook.com. So without further ado, let's have a chat about e-discovery. We'll go through some slides, not many I promise, and then we'll have a little bit of a look at demo mode and test drive it out a little bit and see how it works. So what is e-discovery? So electronic discovery, to call it by its full name, or e-discovery, is the process of identifying and delivering electronic information that can be used as evidence in legal cases. You can use e-discovery tools in Microsoft 365 to search for content in Exchange Online mailboxes, Microsoft 365 groups, Microsoft Teams, SharePoint Online, and OneDrive for business sites, amongst other things. So what are the Microsoft 365 e-discovery tools that are available to you? Excuse me. Well, there are 2 actual e-discovery tools, shall we say. There is core e-discovery and advanced e-discovery. But there's also content search. Now, on Microsoft's own documentation, they list content search as one of the 3 components of e-discovery, but it's not really. It's content search is something that can be used on its own, but also part of e-discovery searches. So I can kind of see why they would include it in the descriptions, but technically speaking, it's not part of the e-discovery tools. A little bit about Microsoft 365 e-discovery licensing. It's important to know the tools that you're going to need in order to leverage the service. So which licenses provide the rights for a user to benefit from the service? Well, it's a complicated story. E5, A5, so this is Microsoft 365, E5, A5, G5, E3, A3, G3, and Office 365. Let's not say them all, let's not drain the content of this slide too much, but you can see for yourself. And advanced compliance provide the rights for a user to benefit from core e-discovery. So quite a mix there. But if you want to use advanced e-discovery, you need to go E5. So you need Microsoft 365, E5, A5, G5, or the compliance versions of that, or the E5, A5, e-discovery and audit. Lots of different flavors of licensing that can get you to your desired e-discovery destination. Licensing is always a bit of a minefield, I'm sure you all know, but it's important to get a handle on it to know what you're going to need for your e-discovery needs. Before you can get going with e-discovery, you need to understand the Microsoft 365 e-discovery role groups. Now, you might think, and it's often a misconception, that being a global administrator or a compliance administrator is going to be enough to get you access to everything within Microsoft 365. And that's not the case, and it's certainly not the case with the e-discovery. There are dedicated role groups for that. And the primary e-discovery related role group in Compliance Center is called e-discovery manager. And this is broken down into 2 subgroups within this role group. The first one is e-discovery managers. And an e-discovery manager can use the content search tool in the Security Compliance Center, or the Compliance Center more recently, where Microsoft wants you to go for that. And they can use that to search content locations in the organization and perform various search-related actions such as preview and export search results. Members can also create and manage cases in core e-discovery and advanced e-discovery. They can add and remove members to a case. They can create case holds, run searches associated with a case, and access case data. E-discovery managers can only access and manage the cases that they create. They can't access or manage cases that are created by other e-discovery managers. Then we move on to the e-discovery administrators role subgroup. So an e-discovery administrator is a member of the e-discovery manager role group and can perform the same content search and case management related tasks that an e-discovery manager can perform. Additionally, on top of that, an e-discovery administrator is able to access all cases that are listed on the e-discovery and advanced e-discovery pages in the Security Compliance Center or the Compliance Center. They can access case data in advanced e-discovery for any case in the organization, and they can manage any e-discovery case after they add themselves as a member of the case. So that's the longest slide, I promise you. Important information to know, though, in relation to e-discovery. So next, in these next few slides, let's just take a look at the 3 key components that tie into e-discovery and explore them just a little bit more. So content search is a technology all of its own, but it's also part of e-discovery, but it is possible to run content search by itself and do what it says on the tin. It's something that will allow you to search for content in Microsoft 365 locations and export the results. And while content search is a standalone feature, it's also incorporated, as I said, into core e-discovery. So powerful enough on its own, and if you just need to search and export the results, if you don't need to conduct any further investigations for internal cases or legal cases or whatever you need to do it for, compliance cases, then this may be all you need. Then we have core e-discovery. And with core e-discovery, you can create holds and apply them to content within Microsoft 365. You can search Microsoft 365 locations, and you can export the results. So a little bit more than the content search that we just described. It's got a bit more functionality baked into core e-discovery. So core e-discovery also provides the ability to create cases for investigations, place the content on hold, as we said, and export the search results. But creating an e-discovery case might be required if your organization is asked to comply with a litigation process and evidence needs to be collected and presented to opposing legal counsel, for example. Cases might be needed for other reasons, many of which don't involve lawyers and consist of internal investigations. So a core e-discovery case is configured by compliance administrators with access to the e-discovery manager role group from the Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. And when setting up a new case, there are 4 tabs within the case. These are home, hold, searches, and exports. But we'll have a little bit more look into that when we get into the demo. Now on to the big one, the one that we're going to focus on the most powerful e-discovery tool within Microsoft 365, Advanced e-discovery. Advanced e-discovery provides an end-to-end workflow to preserve, collect, review, analyze, and export content that's responsive to your organization's internal and external investigations. That's in Microsoft's own words. And the process is that you, well, not necessarily in this order, but you can go in and create holds against content or against custodians, as they're called, within Advanced e-discovery, and we'll show you what that looks like. We can export the results of searches that are conducted, which includes conversation threading, which is not something that core e-discovery can do. We can actually reconstruct conversations for things like Teams chats, for example. Manage the custodians being the users who are relevant to the investigations, and add the search results to review sets. Now, review sets are very, very powerful indeed. You can create one or more review sets for a case and go in and filter and tag and dedupe all that sort of thing, and get a lot of information that you're going to need. Okay, so without further ado, we're now going to shift into demo mode. So let's just switch to, first of all, we're going to Edge here, and I'm just going to set the scene a little bit and show you, we'll talk in broader terms as we go into demo, but just for a specific scenario, I wanted to show you this very, very basic example of what e-discovery and Advanced e-discovery can do. And you're seeing a Teams chat here, a group chat between 4 members of a team: Alex, Johanna, Megan, and one more, and Adele Vance, who I'm logged in as just now. This is a chat consisting of talking about arranging coverage whilst a member of the team is away, namely Alex, for a project that they're working on called Brand House. So you can see that we've got Megan, we've got Johanna, we've got Adele, and Alex all involved in the chat. And they all, at some point during the conversation, they all mention the keywords Brand House or coverage. So imagine we're a bit further down the line, and for compliance purposes, an investigation needs to take place that will capture any content that matches the keywords of Brand House for this project. And just out of interest, I've put in the word coverage as well. And you'll see how that all sort of relates in a moment when we get to that. So let's switch over to, we're going to Chrome now. And we are into our demo tenant here. we have core e-discovery available, advanced e-discovery available. And if you don't know how to get to these tools, they are accessible from the Compliance Center or the Security and Compliance Center, but Microsoft are directing you more and more to this newer Compliance Center experience, because the features of security and compliance separately have evolved to such a degree that really they do warrant their own centers in these times. So I encourage you to use the more dedicated centers without a doubt. So compliance.microsoft.com, make sure you're logged in with compliance admin roles at the minimum, and you are granted one of the e-discovery manager roles. Before we go any further, actually, let's show you what that looks like. This is found under permissions within the Compliance Center. And if you click on permissions here, permissions and roles, you can see that this is split into two sections. It contains Azure AD roles and Compliance Center roles. So if you click on the Azure AD roles, you'll see familiar roles in here such as Global Admin, Compliance Data Administrator, lots of the familiar sort of core roles for Azure AD. But as I said earlier in the slides, it's not enough that you have one of these roles. For e-discovery, you need one of the Compliance Center specific roles as well to be able to perform these tasks. And what we're interested in here is the e-discovery manager. You can see there's lots of other roles here that you need to be aware of if you're conducting compliance related tasks. There's insider risk, communication compliance should be in here somewhere. There's the security roles in here as well. Content Explorer, lots of different things, but the one we're interested in is e-discovery manager. So if you go into this, you can edit this role group and add people to have permissions to do it. So e-discovery manager, the description of this: perform searches and place holds on mailboxes, SharePoint online sites, OneDrive for business locations. The assigned roles that this has is export, RMS decrypt, custodian. That's important because we need the ability to add custodians to advanced e-discovery cases. Communication, review, preview, compliance, search, case management, and hold. And here are the two subgroup roles that I described. So the lesser permissible one is the e-discovery manager, who can only view and edit cases to which he or she has access. So if we edit that, we can go in and you can choose who the e-discovery manager is. And this list is currently empty. So we can go in and choose the e-discovery manager, and we can add in an e-discovery manager. Now I had thought I'd added my admin user to this previously. I'm sure I did, and I must have, because I was able to do what I needed to do, but that's puzzling me a little bit, but never mind, we'll come back to that if we need. Here we go. E-discovery administrator, that is indeed set up as the MOD administrator, which is who I'm logged in to this tenant as. So that is in place. And it may be that because I set these the same, it's just displaying under there. That's probably what that is. So, and for the purposes of demo, I tried to assign the same user object to both these roles, but you wouldn't do that in reality, obviously. So that probably explains why that's showing in that way. So we've got our roles all as we need them to conduct e-discovery, core and advanced activities. So let's start with core e-discovery. Here we are in the core e-discovery area. And what you can do here is you can create cases. It's very, very simple. You can create cases, and we've got one here that I ran earlier. Before we have a look at that and see what's in there, let me just take you through the process of creating a case in core e-discovery. So very simple indeed. You go and give the case a case name. So we'll go ahead and we'll just call this demo case, just to be really inventive. Always give your case a description for ease of going back to it and knowing what the purpose of it was. I'm going to be lazy here and not do so. And we save the case. And here we go. We have a new demo case there, all ready to go. Open up the case, and we have 4 additional tabs within the case that we can have a look at. Under Home, we just get some information about the case name, when it was created, whether it is active. You can You can close it from here, you can delete it from here, and you would see your lovely description here had I put one in. Let's start from the right and work back, because I always think this is slightly illogical the way this is laid out, but settings is important. Have a look at your settings before you look at anything else. Have a look at the access and permissions settings, so manage who are the members and the role groups. You can add members and role groups into this case as needed. Make sure you have that all set up before you proceed. And then the case information here, you can review this here and make any changes, and in here you can again close or delete the case. This area, this settings area is way more powerful in advanced e-discovery, as you see when you will get to that. So I would put settings over here actually, because logically I would come in and I would want to look at settings, then I'd want to look at these other areas, maybe potentially even starting with hold. There's no right or wrong way to do it, but if you're searching areas within Microsoft 365 and you want to make sure that information is preserved for these searches and for these cases, then you may want to apply holds against locations. So let's create a hold here. We'll inventively call it hold again. And you can see that here you can apply the holds to Exchange mailboxes, SharePoint sites, Exchange public folders. So if we do that, we can drill down further. We can include or exclude for Exchange mailboxes. We can choose the users, groups, or teams. Important to point out that teams is listed here under Exchange mailboxes, and that is because of the way Teams works with compliance. We could go into a whole other conversation about the Microsoft 365 substrate and how that works in relation to compliance data for Teams, but that's a whole other talk. But if you're interested in that, you can take a look online and see great articles about the substrate from people like Tony Redmond, and on my own blog, peterrising.co.uk, I have an article on there which talks about the substrate as well. Important to know. SharePoint sites, you can choose the sites that you want to put on hold, include or exclude, and public folders as well. Yeah, awful public folders, but for some reason they're still around. So let's go next. Here, you would put query keywords in against your hold, so if applicable, so you can put in keywords that you want to apply to your hold. Nice and simple to do. So we'll show you keywords as we go into the searches a bit further on in the demo. So and then nice and simple. Review your settings, click submit, and your holds are created. Exports, you wouldn't expect to see anything in here until you've completed a search and you'd export the results. So we get to the all-important search area within core e-discovery. So here we can do a new search, and we can give our search a name. We'll just go ahead and call this Brand House 2, just to be inventive again, and we will go ahead and we will look at specific locations. We'll just do Exchange mailboxes in this case, because we know that we have a mention of what we want to look for within Teams. We showed that earlier on, so we'll just go ahead and we'll not filter it down to specific users or groups or teams. We'll put in our keyword search here. We'll put in Brand House. It helps if you spell it correctly. And hit return, and it puts in the necessary, and we'll put another word in. We'll put in coverage, because we wanted to search for examples of that as well. So we've got I still haven't spelled Brand House correctly. There we go. Good spot. Next, we can review our settings. Are we happy with them? Yep, happy with that. We can go ahead and submit our core e-discovery search. That's been created, done, and there you go. It's set away. Now what you'll find is it's going to take a little bit of time to run through the search, so you can refresh and scroll along, and you'll see it's the status of starting. So don't expect that to happen quickly, depending on the amount of content that you're expecting to search against and the results that you're expecting. So let's go back to the home of core e-discovery. We've set that away now, and it'll go away and do its stuff. But this one here, Brand House Teams Discovery, this did exactly the same thing. So let's go into this one and see what the results were. So what we can do here, look at the searches. We can see that we had this search in place. Go into the search, and this is a little, if you're familiar with core eDiscovery, this has changed a little recently. They've made some changes and it looks a bit different, and it's not as instinctive in terms of what you can and need to do with it. So you can get a quick summary there of when this was last run, who searched for it, what the conditions were, all of the statistics, and importantly at the bottom, the search was completed and there were 34 items of a certain size, or some unindexed items, locations searched, etc., etc. Drill down further into the search statistics, you can get some nice metrics here about what's being searched, the estimated items by location, the data volume by location. You can close that off, have a look at the condition report. You can download your search condition report and get information on that, which is nice and handy. And you can see the top locations as well. The top locations report for matches. And we're seeing some familiar names here. We're seeing names that we would expect. Johanna, Megan, Adele, Alex, all were people that were talking about Brand House and the coverage of it. But there are some other results as well, because other people in the organization have been working on this project. So we've got some other named mailboxes, and we've got some SharePoint sites as well, which contain information on this. From the actions here, we can edit the search, we can rerun it, we can delete it, we can copy it, and importantly, we can export the results and export the report. I'll not go into the process of exporting results and reports during this demo, because it in itself it can be quite involved and requires the use of a tool which must be run in a certain browser. I think it's only Edge, potentially Internet Explorer 11, but that may no longer be supported. Check into that. But Edge, you need Edge on a Windows device to run it. I'm demoing on a Mac, so but it's fairly straightforward. It's a downloadable tool. You have to log in, and then you can export your results and reports and then access those in the form of CSV files, PST files, etc., etc. So if you export it, if you do an export, it'll appear in this exports menu here, and then you'll be able to go further and access that information as needed. So we'll focus more on advanced eDiscovery, because that's the title of this talk. But I just wanted to give you a flavour of what core eDiscovery is and the differences of it. So switching on to advanced eDiscovery, again from the Compliance Center, just one level further down. When you go in, you get into this overview section, and we can see that we have one case here, one recent case, Brand House Discovery. It's looking at the same content. Here is this lovely description of advanced eDiscovery, which I shamelessly screenshot and put in my slide deck. You'll no doubt recognize that from earlier on. But again, we have cases, and here is one I made earlier. I'll not go through the process. Well, actually, I will. It's important. I'll very quickly go through the process of creating a case. Before doing so, let me just take you through this this configure global analytics settings, actually, because this is important, and this is something that's fairly recent. I mean, it's been here a while now, but and this I expect will expand. There'll probably be more things appear in this as the journey with advanced eDiscovery continues. But you can, in the analytics settings here for eDiscovery, activate the attorney-client privilege detection within your cases, if that's going to be relevant to your search. It's very easy to toggle that on, and when you do so, you'll get an additional description here, which tells you that when you analyze data within your working set, if you've got attorney-client privilege detection setting on, it will run that privilege model on the data, and it will flag documents for you that are likely to be privileged based on the content, as well as by comparing participants against user-provided attorney lists. So you can add some further content here, that will help with that. You can, for better results, upload an up-to-date attorney list. You can choose from a file there and upload that. So that is something definitely which will add some power to your advanced eDiscovery searches if you need to have that built in. But creating a case is fairly simple. We'll go through and do it again, and then we'll look at the resulting one that I did earlier. Let's just go through and do the same as we did for a core eDiscovery. We'll call this Brand House to here you have the option to put in a case number as well. I would encourage that you do that. Just to keep things neat and tidy. You might have a case number system that you need to follow and keep track of. So we'll just, for argument's sake, we'll put in 1212. A description again. Please do put in a good description here. And then finally, before creating your cases, you have some additional choices here. Do you want to configure additional settings after creating this case? So if you want to make some changes, configure the analytics settings, keep that one selected. If you just want to go to the home page and use the default, select this one. Then you have some choices here at the bottom on the case format. There's the normal case size, 300 gigabyte per collection. Most cases, I would imagine that's going to be fine, but not necessarily the case. I mean, I've come across customers and organizations who regularly need to run subject access requests using advanced e-discovery, and they have a ton of data to troll through, and that's where the real challenges can take place. So you may have to select this larger collection, but do be aware that that's in preview at the moment, and always be careful of preview features. So for this, we'll just go with the normal 300 gigabyte per collection. We'll save that. We'll go ahead and save that. And because I selected yes, I wanted to go into the analytics settings. It's taken me right into the case. And again, as you'll remember from the Core discovery, we have these tabs at the top and settings right at the right here, which again I would put over here, because if you're going into those settings, you're going to want to see those earlier. You can do much more in the settings of Advanced eDiscovery than you can in Core eDiscovery. So looking in the search and analytics settings, this is where you can do things that are going to help you to sift through the results of your searches, or collections as they're called here, as you'll see as we go through. If you're getting a lot of results, it's very difficult to process those and find the information that you want. So you can do things to help here by setting the document and email similarity thresholds for dedupe, near duplicates, and email threading. Themes, you can set themes as well, which is very powerful as well, to the maximum number of themes that are going to be included, and include numbers in the themes. You can adjust the maximum number of themes dynamically. You can automatically create a query named for review after running analytics on review set. Lots of powerful settings in here. The minimum number of words you can set, the maximum number of words. You can ignore specific text if you want to. You can enable optical character recognition within the settings of your advanced e-discovery cases as well, and set the maximum image size. You can choose the accuracy setting, the lowest accuracy for the fastest speed results, the highest accuracy for the slowest speed, and a timeout for OCR settings. So these are all things that you'll see will be useful to come back to after I show you the results of the advanced e-discovery case that I ran earlier, and there might be some duplicates and it might be hard to sift through. Access and permissions, again, very similar to what we saw before. You can add members and role groups to the settings of the case, and you can view the case information there as well again. So if you hadn't selected that yes to go into the settings, you would have got into this overview. It would have taken you straight into the overview of the case that you had just created. And loading. There we go. This is all blank at the minute. We don't have anything on hold. We don't have any custodians. We don't have any communication summaries. Let's just quickly go through these tabs here to give you an idea of what we're dealing with here. So we have data sources here. Now, what we do here is we can add different types of data sources for our advanced e-discovery cases. We can add custodians, or we can add specific data locations. So if you add custodians, which we can add manually here, we can import them. What we're talking about here is essentially users from your organization's Active Directory. So for this, we would be adding in the people who were relevant to the search that we're going to perform. It would be people from the team. It would be Adele. It would be Megan. It would be and the other users, Alex, and I can't remember the other one. But so we would add them in here. Add in Adele. Search for them, and that was a bit slow. I think recently it's been a little bit buggy, so Don't be surprised if you find it sluggish at times. I do know Microsoft are working on that, but do be patient. So we'll just add in a del just to show you how that looks. And by default, when you add a custodian, it will make the decision for you to place their content on hold. So place the custodian themselves on hold. You can deselect that there if you want to, but I think you would leave that in place. Absolutely. For review, you can review the custodians that you and associated data locations that will be added to your list of custodians for the case. So, and then you can submit that. So we've added a custodian to our case now. All we are doing so is submitting. It's just, hopefully that will not take more than a moment. There we go, it's added, and we can click on done. And there we go, we've got one custodian. We can add data sources as well. If we go into data locations rather, and here we can add non-custodial data locations. So we can add content relating to SharePoint, sites and Exchange locations. So these are locations that are not user specific. So we could go into Exchange locations and search for a specific Exchange site or a specific SharePoint site, shall we say, enter the full URL and then add that in. And here we can add this example in. This is the landing page that it's found there. We could add that in just to give you an idea of, and again, it will put that on hold. Yeah. Okay. So let's data locations added to your case. Fantastic. So there you go. You get the idea. Next, what you would do is you would go to collections. Now, some of you who are familiar with this, who have used Advanced eDiscovery before, will be eagle-eyed and spot that this used to be called searches. It's now called collections, but it's essentially the same thing, but with some new functionality baked in. And what you do here with your collections, you go in, set up a new standard collection, because that is the only choice that you have. Enter a friendly name, so we'll just call it search 1 inventively. Always put a description in. Again, I'm not going to, just for the purposes of demonstration. Let's go next. Okay, here we can choose the custodial data sources that we want to add into our collection or our search. So you can go in and you can select specific custodians. We've only set up one in this case, for this case, so we only see a del. So we could add the ones we want there, or we could select all, and that will select all the custodians that we have added. Next, same thing, same principle. We can select the non-custodial locations. You'll recall we had the landing page there. We can do the same thing. We can add individual ones, or we can select all. Additional locations. You get tons of choices here about the locations that you want to add here. So if you need more, if you need above and beyond the custodial data sources and the non-custodial data sources that you selected earlier, you can add even more here. So you can do that for Exchange mailboxes, which will relate to users, groups or teams, SharePoint sites, and Exchange public folders. Again, yuck, but we'll deselect those and say next. Conditions, here is where you would put in your conditions, keywords, enter keywords or use the keyword list. So you can, if you show the keyword list there, you can see a list of keywords that you can define in that way. But I usually find it easier to add the keywords in just in this way, and I would do exactly the same here. I would just add in that I want to search for content that is relating to Brand House, and I'm going to look for coverage as well. Go next. Now here you have the option to save your collection as a draft or add it to a review set. Now, if you're not ready to proceed, then you can just save it as a draft for now, and it will be saved for further review and refinement, but the results won't be committed. If you're ready, you can go ahead and collect the items and add to a review set. Give your review set a name. We'll just call it Review 1. Or you can choose an existing review set. You may have some that you want to already in place that you want to use. These are important. This is where the power of Advanced eDiscovery comes into play. You can set additional collection settings. These collection parameters will only apply to new items that haven't been collected in this case, though, so that's important. Options that are selected by default and disabled are assigned by the case format. This is one that I always tick when doing Advanced eDiscovery searches of this nature, and when we're wanting to search for content within Teams. because we want to collect contextual Teams and Yammer messages around the search results. What that means, it's going to reconstruct the conversations for us. Instead of getting individual results per item, it's going to be able to reconstruct the whole conversation. We also have the option here to collect any cloud attachments from items that are found in the search results. Very powerful if you need to do that, if you want to search the attachments. And also collect all versions of SharePoint items. But be aware that this can significantly increase the volume of items added to your review set. Collection ingestion scale. If you're happy, if you want to go ahead and run the search and commit it, you can add all of the collection to the review set. Or if you want to do a quick test first to see if it's going to do what you want it to do, you can add only a collection sample to your review set if you want to do it quickly and see what's going to happen. Here, before you submit it, you can get a chance to review your collection settings. But then if you're happy, go ahead and submit. So your new collection is created and it proceeds. So there we go, we've got search one. If we give that a refresh, we can see the details of it. The status is it's adding to a review set. The query text is shown there, what we're searching against, the last runtime. We can see it's submitted. And if we keep on refreshing, we should get different states as it goes through. Now, if we go into the next tab, review sets, we should see that it's there. The review set is there. It says it's ready, but that can be misleading. Don't always assume that if it says it's ready that it's that is in fact ready to open and all the results you're expecting will be there. And the key to knowing if something is really truly ready is in the jobs section here. If you go into the jobs section, you can see what's going on in relation to your collection that you've committed to process into a review set. So here we go. We can see that it was preparing search preview and estimates, adding data to a review set. It says that's in progress, and the conversation reconstruction has been created as well. So you can keep refreshing this as well and see where things are up to, and this will change when it's ready, when it's done. These should all say successful or completed, and you'll get the times there as well. So a quick look at some of the other things before we move to the other case and see what that looks like. In addition to review to everything we've looked at so far, we do also have the ability here to create holds as well. I mean, we separately to where we did it earlier in the data sources, when it automatically prompts you to put content on hold. You can create holds here as well manually, so you can go ahead and enter your hold name, choose your locations, the query. So just another way of doing that. Exports. Again, as I said before, this is where you would see any exported content from the results of your search. You could go in here and export that down, download it, and then access it. The jobs we've looked at, the processing. So the processing provides the ability, the visibility into advanced custodian indexing, and this is where you can address processing errors with file identification, expansion of embedded objects and attachments, and text extraction. So I tend not to find myself in here too often, to be honest. It's probably the least used tab for me, but this will depend on the sort of activities that you're running within Advanced eDiscovery. So let's just take another look in the jobs here and see where that's up to now. Still the same. Let's actually go back to the root of Advanced eDiscovery. We now see we've got two cases in here. If we go to our cases, let me show you what this looks like on the completed case that I had prepared for you. So if we go into this one here, the brand house discovery, we can see that we have 4 total custodians and 4 on hold. Our data sources, we can go through and look at these again if we want to, but we'll not dwell on this too much. We have the 4 people who were relevant to the Teams group chat that we wanted to search against. We've got our collections here. We created a brand house collection with the same criteria that we did in the example we just set up. And we have got a review set. We've got a review set here, which we'll go into in a second. I just realized I didn't go through the communications tab actually. So here is where you can communicate with the users, and manage and automate legal hold notifications, set escalations and reminders for the people who need to respond to these cases. So you can set up communications here. We'll just very quickly, we'll not dwell on this too much, but you issue a name for the communication, the name of the issuing officer. You can define the portal content here, so you can define the content of your hold notice, so what's going to go in what they receive. So you can put the display name in there, acknowledgement link, etc., etc. Go next. Set notifications required. Recipient is all custodians. You can edit this and edit your subjects and bodies and really customize what's being sent. Set notifications. It's not going to let me proceed without completing that, but and then select the custodians that are going to apply to it. I'm not going to dwell too much on that because it's fairly straightforward. And if you want more information on communications, then and with anything that's within these areas, you can always click on Learn More and get more information, more detailed information on those topics. But let's go into the review set. Let's finish off this demonstration by showing you what was found in here. There's all sorts of things you can do in here. I could probably do an entire talk just on this bit, and maybe we will in the future. But when you go in, it just lets you know that there's a new tagging experience. Tagging is something that you can do against all the items that that are the results of your searches. So it's important to note that applying tags without any selection will tag all the items found in your query. So do make sure you select when tagging. But here we see the results of our collection and our review set. This is our review set. So we can see here, if we click on this top one, this is an email, and this shows that an email was actually sent to Johanna saying that Alex was trying to reach her in Teams. And because that email contained the search criteria that we searched again, it's being detected. But what we're interested in is the conversations. And we can see here that we've got, from these drop downs here, this is where Advanced eDiscovery has more power. You can drop down into conversation view, and we can see here the actual conversation that took place. So we can see Johanna and what she said, and then Megan and what she said. And we can see the words here that were relevant. Brand house, coverage. So we can see that in plain text. We can see in this lovely source conversational view, it recreates it really nicely with even the icons, the photos of the users there. With Advanced eDiscovery, you can go in and annotate. There's a lot of power here that you can go in and use the annotation features here. And before you export the content, you can go in and you can color things, you can draw, you can, this is a very powerful one, you can do area redaction. If you need to share only certain content, but it's important that other stuff is excluded, then you can create these redactions here, and then when it's exported and sent out to whoever needs to review it, they're not going to see stuff that they're not authorized to see. So very, very powerful settings there for annotation. And then you can go into the metadata as well. You can see all of the metadata that relates to these items as well. You can drill down here and go through the conversations and see those sub entries there for each user. Now, what we will see here, if I just close that again, is we've got a couple of entries here. So this is an example of where you might want to, because we're getting similar results here for different users, but we're getting the same results, but just recorded against different users. This would make it harder to process this information. So you might want to go in and into your settings and tweak things like the dedupe settings and that sort of thing. And you can also do filtering here as well and filter things down and save filtered queries and really drill down into finding less content, but the content that you need, shall we say. We have got some other results here at the bottom, which did flummox me slightly, but it's giving the iOS logos and the and the Android logos and so on and so forth that were part of the email that Alex sent out. So that's what that's about. So very few search results really in this query, but if you find you're not getting what you want, then go back, rerun the collections, add to the review set, do things like filtering, and there's lots of things you can do with the filtering here. If you go in there, you can do KQL queries and analytics and predictive coding. You can filter by the attorney-client privilege score, all sorts of other stuff. Look at that. IDs, conversation ID, email set ID, family ID, item properties, annotations, author, all sorts of things you can filter by. Really, really powerful. Again, I'm giving you a very, very high level view of that just now because we've got a limited time and I do need to wrap this up. But that is a very, very quick sort of whistle-stop tour of e-discovery, content search, which is part of all of these flavors of e-discovery, and advanced e-discovery. So I hope you found that very, very useful. I will just very quickly switch back to the slide deck. We've completed our demo, and I'm going to wind this up and say thank you very, very much for joining us on this talk today. I do appreciate it. Please do visit us at petri.com. There's loads of great content, and thanks to all of my fellow speakers today for all of their sessions too. So thank you for attending, and if you want to reach out to me on Twitter or by email, it was at the start of this presentation, please feel free to do so. I'm always happy to talk and debate, and there's always things to talk about in the subject of e-discovery. So thank you very much, and I shall see you down the road. Thank you.
Hi folks, how you all doing? I hope you're enjoying the Get IT Advanced Microsoft 365 virtual conference so far today. My name is Rue Campbell, and I'm going to be talking to you in my session about using Microsoft Information Protection to protect your data no matter where it goes. Like I said, my name is Rue Campbell. I'm a Petri.com contributor as of earlier this year, and just general Microsoft 365 security person. So focusing on enterprise mobility and security, Microsoft 365 Defender, and anything that goes up into the cloud, I want to try and keep it safe and secure. Run my own podcast with my good friend Pete Rising, who's also contributing to this advanced Microsoft 365 day. You can find us on YouTube, Spotify, Anchor. Just search for Cloud Conversations with Rue and Pete. We talk to other folks in this area, hopefully give you guys some good information, career tips, security tips, Intune tips, things like that. And you can get me on Twitter, LinkedIn. Just search for me. I'm not hard to find. And I also run my own blog that you can find at camel.scot. So what is Microsoft Information Protection? And it's one of those products that has existed for quite a long time in the Microsoft world. It's had on-prem equivalents and now it's in the cloud. And as it's evolved through that period of time, it's had a whole bunch of different names and it's been mangled and thrown in different elements of it. It's a big bunch of stuff now. So when we talk about Microsoft Information, we're not actually talking about one product or service. So this isn't like Intune, which is kind of just one service, right? Or it's not Word, which is one app. Microsoft Information Protection, I don't know if this is how Microsoft refer to it officially, but I like to describe it as a stack of technologies and bunch of services. It's just a ton of stuff. But what is that stuff? What makes up Microsoft Information Protection, and why is it useful? So at the high level, when we're talking about Microsoft Information Protection, what we're generally talking about is this thing called sensitivity labels. That's the key selling point of Microsoft Information Protection, but a whole bunch of other stuff integrates with that. Sensitivity labels were previously called, in a past life, Azure Information Protection, and you'll still see references to that term, and I'll maybe explain when we get into the demos what that actually means. But essentially what sensitivity labels, what Azure Information Protection allows us to do, is kind of think of it as the digital equivalent of taking a document, taking a file, and physically labeling it. And as that document travels, no matter where it goes, it could go through email, file servers, Dropbox, third-party platforms, wherever it goes, that label follows it. And that label has encrypting properties in it, access control list properties in it that will mean only folks that you specify have permission to get into that file will be able to get into it. So that's what the crux of this presentation is going to be about, and the demo. This is going to be a very demo heavy session because that's the easiest way to learn. But we're not just limited to files with these sensitivity labels. We can apply them when we talk about Microsoft Information Protection as a stack. It also includes Office 365 message encryption, which kind of bakes in to Azure Information Protection, but essentially what that allows us to do is to send emails that are encrypted so that the recipient on the other end, they have to, either through a federation or through some other step, they have to verify that they are the intended recipient of that email. And that might involve going to another website to view the email so that if someone gets into their mailbox, they don't get direct access to it. And the other thing that Microsoft Information Protection involves is, I guess, a service called data loss prevention. But, well, data loss prevention is, it's a couple things, right? So data loss prevention is, it's a service that you can use to say, well, as data transverses services like Exchange Online or Teams or SharePoint, then we want to apply some kind of rules and make sure that data only goes where we want it to go, or only follows the processes that we want it to follow. And that's kind of data loss prevention with capital letters, right? That's the service. But data loss prevention is also an approach, right? It's a soft thing that you manage and apply. And that's really what Microsoft Information Protection is all about. We use a whole bunch of tech to enforce these data loss prevention techniques. And that applies through a whole bunch of areas. Like I said, Exchange, Teams, SharePoint, and more recently, it's also starting to apply to endpoints. So for example, you can stop the spread of information going over USB if you don't want it to, or to third-party upload and file hosting websites if you want to control that as well. And then it also includes this ability to protect information through something called Cloud App Security. And if you attended the Petri Teams one-day virtual conference that we held, I talked quite a bit about Microsoft Cloud App Security, and you'll be able to find that if you kind of look through YouTube. You'll find that, and that's a really powerful tool, and we'll touch on it again here. So that's the kind of the tech and the services that make up this thing called Microsoft Information Protection, and why we want to use it to stop data loss fundamentally. But the key thing that really makes it powerful is this ability to encrypt data. And when we use terminology that Microsoft have created, we use that word protect or protection. So if you see protect, kind of translate that in your head to encryption. Not always. There's some things where it doesn't apply because it's Microsoft and you can use the same word multiple times to mean different things. I don't make the rules. But yeah, so we're going to be protecting our documents using encryption. And the great thing about Microsoft Information Protection is the encryption, you know, to me, before I started with this stuff, it's kind of a scary word, right? I think back 5-10 years ago, and it was cumbersome, definitely not user-friendly. From an administrator point of view, it was usually a nightmare to set up. But what Microsoft have done with sensitivity labels, with Microsoft Information Protection, is really just abstract a lot of the difficulties away from us. So we're talking nice, simple web interfaces to set this stuff up. And then as the end user, yeah, it's encrypted in the background, but I don't really see that process. All I see is the label. And when we get into the demo, you'll see what that looks like. Yeah, let's jump on. So when we talk about what we're going to focus on with Microsoft Information Protection, it's going to be this labeling concept, because when I talk to customers that I help with regards to their security, we want to stop the data getting out there in the first place, right? But we also have to consider, well, if someone is really determined, there's a good chance they're going to find somewhere around our DLP systems, right? Or maybe I'm at an organization that doesn't have that ability to scale and hand out devices under every circumstances, and I want to allow folk to work on their personal devices. We can use Microsoft Information Protection, these labeling systems, to encrypt the data so that no matter what platform I'm on, no matter what method I'm using to access those files, it's still going to be encrypted to the stage where if I then want to revoke access to that, all I have to do is pull away that user's ability to access it. And so that's going to allow me, one, to allow folks to work on their BYOD devices if I want them to, and we can do that securely because as soon as they leave the organization, we can just say, hey, your account's no longer active, you no longer have permission to access the files with these labels, and we'll talk about how that works in the demo. But also it's going to allow me to apply all this protection on any operating system, because with Office 365 we're supported across iOS, Android, Mac, Windows, and it's all built into the Office 365 apps, Word, Excel, PowerPoint. And even if it's not an Office file, we can extend that protection. So for example, we can protect PDFs and Adobe PDF Reader, Acrobat Reader, whatever they're calling it this week. We can integrate with that, and any other third party that wants to integrate with this can also do it using the Microsoft Information Protection SDK. So we're not limited to the Microsoft stack here, which is, again, as we're moving into this SaaS first environment, whereas in your organization, you're probably not just using Microsoft stuff, right? You might have a whole bunch of platforms. Because the protection sticks with the file, no matter where that file goes, you could upload it to Dropbox and you're still going to keep those protections. One thing that's relatively new to this labeling concept is the ability to also take a label and apply it not just to a file or email, which kind of think of the lowest level of protection insofar as a hierarchy of protection, but we can also now apply it to what Microsoft call containers. So that's going to be SharePoint document libraries, Teams, Microsoft 365 groups, things such as that, where not only do I get to protect the files in it, but I can then also apply rules that say, well, this container has a sensitivity label and therefore you cannot invite external recipients into this team, for example, or you can only do certain things within that team based on that sensitivity label. It gets a little bit confusing insofar as when we apply a label to a container, it doesn't hierarchically encrypt everything within that. It really just applies rules around that container and says, well, here's what is allowed into this container. Here are the sharing rules for that container. Doesn't actually do any encryption. We'll get into the demo and show you what that looks like. So let's jump over. We're going to start doing all this kind of stuff in the Compliance Center. Now, because it's Microsoft 365, you get what you pay for. There are different levels of licensing that will allow you to apply Azure Information Protection labels, sensitivity labels. One of the key things to take away from this is when we talk about those different levels of licensing, you can automatically apply labels. However, that is a Microsoft 365 E5 functionality, or you can license it separately through one of the kind of the smaller packages such as information protection and governance. E3 licensing, that's Microsoft 365 E3, or Business Premium, they will allow you to still apply these labels, but it would have to be a manual process. That's what I'm going to show you today because I think that's going to get the widest reach, and it's also the easiest to adopt and start rolling out. So we're in the Compliance Center, and I'm going to jump over to the Solutions Catalog, and I'm going to find Information Protection down in the bottom left here. Now, you may find when you go to do this that this catalog, the Solutions Catalog that we have here, it's not fully expanded. You just have to hit the drop down and then it'll show you everything that you've got. So I'll jump into Information Protection and we will find a list of labels. So a bit like they do on the kids' TV shows, I've done a bunch earlier to save me plowing through and doing these during the demo, but I'll show you how we set them up anyway. The reason I've done this quite a bit in advance is, and I don't want to say it's a common complaint, but it's something you have to factor into rolling this out into a production environment, is that it can take quite a while. You know what it's like if you've done almost anything in Microsoft 365 yet. A lot of it does work instantly. A lot of it you need to kind of just go away, have a cup of coffee, maybe wait until the next day. My understanding is that 24 hours is roughly the kind of time you should be expecting these things to start appearing up as far as the user is concerned. So just keep that in mind. This isn't something that should really be rushed. So what we see here, I'll just zoom in and make it a little bit easier to see. We have a list of 4 sensitivity labels. So these are the labels that, again, think back to the physical world. Think, I've got a document, bam, I'm going to stamp a label on that document. We're going to do the exact same, but to documents and emails as they exist on computers. So what do these mean? You can kind of intuitively tell, right? So I've got a general, a public, a confidential, and a highly confidential. These are going to apply different sets of rules based on what I've said, based on the confidentiality of that document. So what I'll do is I'll go to create a label. I'll not see it through, but I'll create a label just so that you can see the steps and the details of what are in these. So let's create a label. We're going to give it a name. Now, kind of getting into the weeds here, but when we think about these labels, the name here, this is kind of the name that's going to exist for it in the back-end service. This has to be a completely unique name for each label. So I'll call this label 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm not even typing that right. Don't do that in production. That's messy, but we'll live dangerously because this is a demo. Now the display name, we can actually have multiple labels with the same display name, and we'll get into some of the scenarios you might want to do that. I'm going to call this Petri, and a description for users. So this is going to be visible to our end users within Word, within Outlook, within any of the apps they're using to apply their labels. You want to be as descriptive as possible and make the user entirely aware of the purpose of this label and how it differs from other labels. When I get into the demo and I show you the labels I've already created, you'll see how that actually translates for the end user. So let's enter a description. Petri virtual conference. Again, it's a demo. That's not the best real world example, but we'll go for it. And then the description for admins. Oftentimes, that's kind of just the same as the users, so we don't have to fill that in, so I'm not going to. You'll see here, this is where we define the scope for the label. Now, I mentioned earlier that we can apply labels to files and emails, but also to containers, right? So Teams, SharePoint sites, things such as that. You can apply the same label to both, but that label is going to have different effects on both. I think to keep things simple, what I like to do is I like to have a different label for each. So I'll have my file and email labels, and then I'll have my group and site labels. And the reason for that is I think that these labels do fundamentally different things. Therefore, I want to manage them separately. This is advice that comes from a lot of folks. It helps make it a little bit more obvious to your user. You know, this is a highly confidential label that applies to files. Therefore, it's going to do different remediation than something that applies to a team. So we'll keep with files and emails just now, because again, this is really what's going to protect our documents regardless of where they go. Now we choose the protection settings. This is where we get into the kind of meat and bones of exactly what sensitivity labels do. When I choose to encrypt files and emails, what that does is that uses a couple of cloud-based services. So I mentioned Azure Information Protection right at the beginning of this as one of the previous names that this technology went by. Azure Information Protection still exists, and it exists as a kind of a background, abstracted away from you, cloud-based service that handles the licensing for sensitivity labels. It handles the actual encryption, it handles the revocation, and it handles the logging of all this stuff. It's just that we don't actually get our hands on it. We only touch the sensitivity label. And you may also hear about something called rights management. That is what controls the access control lists. If I hit next here, that will all start becoming apparent, because what you'll see here is this is where we control the encryption settings, those protection settings. So for example, we can say, and I'll come back to these options here, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to assign permissions, and I'm going to say, let's go for add specific email addresses or domains, and I'm going to say petri.com, add that in. So kind of think of this as an access control list, which you'll have managed through things such as file shares, routers, things such as that. And then I'll choose the permissions for this entry, and I'm going to say, I'm going to say co-owner, and that applies every permission here. But what I could do is I could say custom, and I could say, well, I'm going to give them the right to, let's keep it for the demo, let's just go for one, right? Let's say I'm going to give them view rights, and I'm going to hit save. So what have I done? If I now apply this label to a file, to an email, then only folks who are authenticated to the Azure Information Service in the cloud, the Azure Information Protection Service in the cloud with a petri.com account are going to be able to access this data. Let me run that through you. So let's say, for example, I have a Word file and I send that to Brad at petri.com. I can't remember if that's his real email address. Don't spam the guy. What will happen is he'll be able to open that and he'll get those view rights and he'll be like, yeah, I can see this. This is all good. Now let's assume Brad forwards that on to someone else. Let's say they forward it on to Rue at campbell.scot. What will happen is Rue won't be able to open that because he's not authenticated with a petri.com account. And within the Office 365 apps, you'll be familiar with this. When you go to the top right of Word, Excel, PowerPoint, you'll see who you're authenticated as, and that's what we're basing this off. I'll demonstrate what that looks like to the end user when we get there. And we can have a whole bunch of things in here. So for example, I could say assign permissions. I could say users in my organization. This is a great option for what I kind of think of as Pareto principle security, insofar as if we can just keep that confidential data within our own organization, that's a big win right there. So for example, you might have an executive team who maybe for the most part they're going to be dealing with confidential information. If they just apply this label, it means if they accidentally copy someone in from another company and they send out maybe an order book or some kind of confidential information, the recipient gets the email, they can get the file, they can double click it, they can get so far, but when it comes to actually opening it and displaying the content, it cannot decrypt it because they're not listed as a user with permission. So let's keep it with that just for the purpose of the demo. Again, we'll get into more real world examples. You can also do it for users in groups. So within Azure AD, let's say, for example, I want to create a label that only files and emails within a team can be accessed. And this is quite useful for financial teams. I mentioned executive teams. It's useful for them as well, where I have to be a member of an Azure AD group to access that file. You'll see here we've also got options to choose whether or not content expires. Honestly, don't see that used a whole bunch by customers, but it can be useful as a kind of, I guess, as a detonator, you know what I mean? Maybe if you're sending confidential information and you don't want it to be accessed after a certain time, you can certainly use that. And there's also the option to allow offline access. And I usually recommend that folks keep this to maybe about a month. It really depends on your use case. If you've got employees who are constantly working offline for long periods of time, take that into account. But the reason I like to put something in there is it will at least force the user to check in at some point, really to confirm that their account still exists within our tenant, within the access control list. Otherwise, it would be difficult to revoke that access. You'll see an option down here for double key encryption. The advice is stay away from that unless you have a very, very specific regulatory or compliance reason to use that. Essentially what that does is it means that Microsoft have a decryption key, you have a decryption key that you manage within your own infrastructure, and both need to be used to decrypt that content. Auto labeling, this is, like I said, E5 feature. Essentially what we can do is, if I click this, we can say if the content matches a certain condition within the Office file, then what we're going to do is we're going to automatically apply that label. So for example, I could say, let's go to sensitive info types, and let's say, I'll just put in passport, and I'm in the UK, so let's say, there we go, US UK passport number. So what will happen here is, if one passport number shows up within that file, bam, it's going to automatically get stamped with that Petri, with that label that limits it to petri.com users. And we can change that. So I could say, well, only do it if it's got 10 passport numbers in it. And we can really, really play about with this kind of stuff. You'll have seen from the list here, Microsoft's got a number of out-the-box sensitive information types. You can create your own. You can also use something called trainable classifiers, which is kind of like machine learned ways of saying there's not just one specific little thing I can regex to get it, but if I look at the whole context of that document, I can ascertain what it is and therefore protect it. Source code is quite a good one if you work in the IT industry. So what we'll do is we'll put auto labeling to the side for now, because again, it's an extremely advanced feature, but it's also that higher level of licensing, which I want to kind of make this as accessible as possible to folks. So we'll continue on. It's asking me now if I want to define protection settings for groups and sites. So that's going to be Teams, SharePoints. I said earlier I'm going to skip that for this label. And then it also lets me work with Azure Purview, which I'm going to, again, let's keep things simple for now. We're not going to work with database columns, so we're going to close that. And if I just hit create label, so if I just hit create label, that's going to create that label. This is a really bad label because it's got a terrible name, but we can come back to that. The other thing is when you're using the Compliance Center, things can be a little bit slow, let's just say. So we might click something and it takes 10-15 seconds to load. Perfectly normal. There we go. And there's my label down there. Now, at the minute, the label exists within the service, but no one can use it, because what we have to actually do is we have to say, well, the label exists. Now who's going to have permission to stamp that label on things? We do that by doing what we call publishing a label and creating a label policy. So I'll jump over to the label policies tab and I'll show you one I've done earlier. I have a policy called all employees. And essentially what this policy does is it says, if you're a member of the all employees group within my tenant, you will get the following labels. You will get the general label, the public, the confidential, and the highly confidential labels. These will show up within your Office apps to apply to documents, emails. And what we can actually additionally do is, if I click through the settings, we can also force users to apply these labels. So for example, as I save a file, it pops up and says, you're trying to save this file, we need a label. If someone tries to downgrade a level, we can also say, well, you have to justify that, and we can audit that and make that available within Microsoft 365 Compliance Center. So that's how labels are created in the background. And what we'll do now is we'll jump over to a VM and we'll have a look at what does that actually translate into for the end user. So let's boot up our little VM here, and we're going to emulate the corporate environment. So at the minute I'm jumping onto an Azure AD joined device. The user is fully authenticated. Should be my user Alex here. Let's just get in there. Sign in as Alex. There we go. So what we'll do is we will jump in and we'll go to Word. So we're going to be creating some highly super duper confidential stuff here. And I'll create a blank document. So let's say super duper sensitive info. There we go. And I'm going to make it big text because I'm blind as a bat. There we go. So sensitivity right at the top here, sensitivity, and these labels show up for my user Alex because of that policy that I set up that says anyone within all employees gets to apply these labels. So you can also see as I hover over these labels, it shows that tooltip, and that's why it's so important when you're setting up these emails to choose one that is obvious to the user. What is the actual consequence of me choosing that? It's common, and what I encourage a lot of folks to do is have different degrees of confidential. So for example, confidential here and highly confidential, the main difference that I like to encourage folks is when we're setting those permissions, I like to give folks the ability to remove the label if they are a trusted user. So for example, you will be able to remove those protective rights on confidential if you have a good use case to downgrade those rights and send it on to a customer, send it on to a trusted supplier, something like that. However, with highly confidential, you don't get that right because it's stuff that would definitely never ever need to be seen by an external party. So what I'll do is I'll set this to highly confidential. And again, because we're forcing the use of labels, if I tried to save this file, it would pop up and say you have to apply a label anyway. And what you'll see is here, the eagle eye view might have seen it down in the bottom left here. We've got this information now that this is a highly confidential document. So let's click into there, and there you go. We can see it's highly confidential. And what I can actually do is, if I go to the Info tab, Protect Document, I can see here that it's protected with that highly confidential label. And if I click here to view permissions, it's going to show me the permissions that I have, not that are on the label, but the permissions that I have, which in my case is all of them. So let's save this file. I will put this on my desktop. Very secure place to put that super duper sensitive information. And I'll tell you what, let's close this. We're going to come back to this file. The other thing that's important to note is this is all Office stuff so far, right? That's Word. I can also do it to Excel, PowerPoint, and things like that. To extend that to non-Microsoft apps, there's a few things we can do. On the client, so on your user's computer, and this is only going to be for Windows, but what you can do is you can install something called the Azure Information Protection Client, and I'll run through that just now, and that will allow us to use these sensitivity labels on any file. I'll hit yes to install the client here. I'll give that a wee minute to tick away, and you'll see here I've already got a random image that I'm going to use as the demo, so let's get that running. We'll just install this client here, nice and easy. Because it's an MSI, if you have something such as Intune or Config Manager, PDQ, or even Group Policy, it's very easy to deploy this. And I think we're good to go there. Yeah, there we are. So I'll open the Azure Information Protection Viewer, as it's called. There we go, that's us. So what I can do is, if someone sends me a non-Office file that's been encrypted, I can view it using this. And then what I can also do is now, I can right click that, and you'll see this new option in the context menu called Classify and Protect. Let's jump into that. That's going to open up the Azure Information Protection Client. Now you'll see there, you might have seen it very briefly, it popped up. That was the single sign-in. So I'm on a Azure AD joined device, so I get single sign-in options for basically the whole Microsoft 365 stack. So it's signed in, verified, hey, you're Alex, you're in this tenant, you've got these labels set up in your policy. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to slap the confidential label on that JPEG, and I'll hit apply. So because it's encryption fundamentally, and if you have worked with encryption before, you'll know that it can break a lot of stuff, right? So that's why we need this, I guess, this viewer package in order to do stuff. And you'll see here the file type is actually a protected JPEG now. And I'll just go in here and I'll say, show me file name extensions. And we can see that that's now a protected JPEG file. However, if I click it, because I've got that AIP viewer installed, it's going to open that and it's going to present to me the image. Look at that handsome devil there. So let's jump over now and show you where we really start to see the protective benefits of this, right? What happens when that file goes somewhere it shouldn't. So you could, there's a lot of ways to accidentally lose your data, right? You could email it to the incorrect person. I'm actually going to I'm going to take a shortcut here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to boot up another virtual machine, and this is going to be my BYOD device. And the scenario that I'm going to try and kind of emulate for you is the scenario where I put it on a USB and I'm taking it home and I'm smuggling that super duper sensitive, highly confidential information out of the company. Now, BYOD is an interesting discussion to have when it comes to Microsoft 365, but harping back to the prior Petri virtual conference we did for Microsoft Teams, those of you that were there, you might remember that we ran through conditional access. And with conditional access, we can stop users signing into the Office 365 apps on BYOD devices, right? So if I can't sign into Office 365 on a BYOD device, I'm not going to be able to open any sensitivity label protected files on that device either. So I'll wait for the VM to boot up and I'll show you what that looks like. Let's let's jump over here. So I'm going to, hopefully this works. We're doing a demo here. Hopefully the demo gods are on my side. I'm just going to copy the file. And because I'm in a VM environment, I can do this. In the back of your mind, just kind of translate this to someone who's one way or another got that file away from the work environment, away from the intended place, and they put it somewhere else. Here we go. So I pasted that Word file into my BYOD computer. Now I've got Office installed, but what I'll do is I will jump over to Word. There we go. And I'm going to talk you through how this really all ties together. You'll see at the top right here, there's a sign in option. That means I'm not signed in. I'll open a blank document, and I'll tell you what, I'll jump back to that other computer, the one that is in my lab environment, my work environment rather, and I'll open Word. And what you'll see is, at the top right, I'm signed in. And it's this account, this Azure AD account, that is going to use to authenticate. It's going to look to the AIP service in the cloud and say, who are you authenticated as? Do you have permission to open files with this sensitivity label? Tell you what, let's open that one again. There we go, sail right in through. Because I'm signed in as Alex, who has permissions to that file. Just to confirm, this sensitivity label is really just set up for any user in the domain. So I'll now go back to here where I'm not signed in. Let's go File. We'll go Open. Let browse. Let's find our super duper sensitive info, and hopefully the demo gods are on my side and this all ties together. There you go. So it wants me to sign in. Now that's not normal, right? You don't normally open a Word file and if you're not signed in, it says please sign in. So why is it making us do that? It's because built into the Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise is sensitivity labels, and it knows, hey, this file has a sensitivity label. I've gone to the AIP service in the cloud and I need to verify who you are. So it's asking us to authenticate, and after we've authenticated, it's going to try and authorize us. Now, if I've got conditional access, I can say, hey, Alex, you don't get to sign in on your home PC. You can only sign in on your work PC. Or if I'm not Alex, if I'm the incorrect recipient of this, the person that was accidentally CC'd in, or they sent it to the wrong person, that's not going to work either. So let's just close that, and what we'll do is we'll get all the information about why this hasn't worked. You're not signed into an Office account that has permission to open this document. You may sign into a new Office account, and we'll cancel that. And we just don't get it. It's complete. It's gibberish because it's encrypted. What we can actually do is, if we go to the properties of this Word file, and if we go to custom, we can actually see here, there we go. So within the metadata of the file, it gives us in plain text the name of the label that's been used. And this is the system name. So we had a display name, and in that name that had to be unique, this is the one that we're seeing here. Where that metadata can actually come in quite useful is if you as an IT sysadmin, if you want to quite easily pull together reports and find out all the different sensitivity labels by your location, you know, if you can get access to that metadata, really useful stuff. So let's jump back to the Azure AD computer where I have permissions to it. What I'll do now is I'll jump back into that Word file. I'm going to sail straight on through because I'm authenticated as Alex. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go sensitivity, and I'm going to change that to public. And because it's going to require justification, this is going to be audited. So I could say the previous label no longer applies. I'll hit change. There we go. So that's now going to be public. Let's hit save. Let's close that. And again, let's hope the demo gods are with me today. I'll jump into properties. Let's tell you what, no, let's just open it and let's check that that's happened. It's thinking about it. There we go. And I'm in. So this is a VM, so this is running quite slow for me. But we'll let that go on through. There we go. And down here. So this is something else we can do with sensitivity labels, is we can actually apply physical labeling so that, well, I say physical labeling, when that printed it would show, but we can apply headers, footers and watermarks, and you can change the color of these, the size of these, to just make it a little bit more obvious to your users, hey, what label is on this file. Now, that's kind of it for the end user perspective. It's going to be the same within Outlook as well. For example, if I apply a sensitivity label to an email, and that sensitivity label says, well, this label is limited to internal recipients, and an external recipient gets it, they simply won't be able to open that email. They'll be asked to authenticate with an appropriate account. Now, one last thing that I want to point out, because it's such a great tool if you have the licensing available. And I said I'd keep this to E3, but E5's got a habit of rearing its head in. There's a tool called Cloud App Security, and this is where you can do a lot of stuff to do with third-party SaaS applications with Azure Information Protection and sensitivity labels. So within Cloud App Security, we can integrate it with other SaaS platforms. We can integrate it with Box, Dropbox, services like that. From within there, we can create what we call a file policy. And this can happen, this isn't limited to third party, but that's where it gets more interesting, is we can create a file policy that says if files are within a certain document folder, then apply sensitivity labels automatically. So in this case, I've got a policy that says, if you add things to this shared documents folder, then what we're going to do is we're going to apply a little bit of governance over that. We're going to say we're going to apply this sensitivity label to it. And that's a great way of maybe having the Cloud App Security license, but not the full E5 license or the automatic labeling license, but still being able to get some of the benefits of it. There are some shortcomings of this. It's not perfect. It can only do so many at a time, and it can interfere with the ability to then open that file later on within the web apps. But on the whole, this is a nice tool to have in your back pocket should you need to encrypt documents that aren't just stored within your on-prem or your SharePoint. You can actually apply it to Box and Dropbox and other SaaS platforms as well. That about does it as a high-level overview, and hopefully a little bit of a deep dive into how it actually looks for your end users. Like I said, encryption can be intimidating, right? And it can be scary to think that you're going to all of a sudden start asking your users to encrypt files, right? But hopefully what I've shown is that it's not that difficult, quite frankly, to at least get a simple infrastructure in place to apply high-level labels that can protect most of your data from at least getting out with the company. And take that approach of crawl, walk, run. So start simple. Start with simple labels that will apply encryption for the whole company, and then maybe start breaking that down into different departments, and then maybe, assuming you have the licensing, start looking into those automatic labeling policies that you get with the E5 level of licensing. So yeah, hope that's been informative to you, and I'd like to thank you for viewing.
And that's a wrap, folks. Petri's one-day virtual learning conference is over, but the fun doesn't have to stop now. Most importantly, you should go download the handouts. They're a good way to take this knowledge with you and review it and refresh yourself at a later time. And if you really want to rewatch every session today, and I don't blame you if you do, On Demand is going to be available here very shortly, and you can rewatch the entire conference. But as always, we want to give a big shout out to our sponsors, CoreView and Chaosoft, for help making today possible, and a bigger shout out to our speakers and our industry experts who came along for the ride and made this content available to you. And at the end of the day, folks, we do this to help people like yourselves. If you have suggestions for future conferences, please let us know. We're happy to put these things together. But for now, make sure to grab your handouts, and we'll catch all of you at the next virtual learning conference.